sensory substitution device. Tactile system is what? Does anybody know? It's your sense of touch. Okay? So when I say tactile, it just means the things that you feel in your skin. Okay? So what they're doing is they actually have a camera and they record the visual environment, what you would see with your eyes, and then they turn that into stimulation that they're providing actually on the tongue in this case. So you can see she has something sort of sticking out of her mouth. That's because she has an electrode array on her tongue. Why would they put it on the tongue? That seems like a weird place to put it, doesn't it? Yeah. Close. So you do have taste buds on your tongue, but you also have a lot of tactile sensory receptors on your tongue. So you can feel things really, really well when they're in your mouth. That means you have a lot of sensory acuity on your tongue. That's the word that we use. You have a lot of resolution. So you have a lot of different points that you can see with in your mouth as opposed to on other parts of your body. Like on your arm, very poor sensory acuity. Okay. Now I want to talk about some motor devices. This one is called a functional electrical stimulation, or an FES device. This is for people that have spinal cord injury right about here on their neck. That means they can still control their head and their shoulder and their neck, but they're paralyzed from here down. So they're functionally quadriplegic. Okay? So what they do is they take electrodes and they embed them into the muscles. The muscles in the arm and in the shoulder and in the back. What happens when you stimulate the peripheral nerves that go out to the muscles electrically, it causes the muscle to contract because your muscles are electrically active. Okay? So if you do that stimulation in the right order, you can actually get functional movements out of that. So what they've done is they've enabled people to extend their arm, to flex their arm, and then they give them a couple of different grip options. And that enables people who were completely unable to use their arms now to feed themselves, or to shave, or to brush their hair, or to brush their teeth. Which maybe doesn't seem like a lot to you, but if you can't do any of those things, that's a pretty big deal. So I said that people have...
What if you can already do those things? What if you can already do those things? What if you already can do all those natural things? What if you can already do those things? What would they do?
Oh, okay. That's all I be doing.
Let's drop GM shit again, nigga. Buy me a 100 choppers. Buy me a 100 choppers.
little deep.
What up, Teresa? What up, Butterscotch?
A little deep.
So we were talking about that brain, Butterscotch. I told you when you split that brain, you'll see those two Egyptian eyes, those two Kemetic eyes, the left and the right eye that sits right above your cerebellum. You know what I'm saying? Your central nervous systems and all that good shit that these people have been a long time for years and years and years and years and years and years and years experimenting
Good
on
shit.
you. Yeah, you gonna always, organ trafficking and all that shit gonna always be number one on the list because they are doing what they do that people don't understand. They don't understand that they have, when I be saying I respect creation, I respect the perfect creation, and the people who come and, you know what I'm saying, they come in and give you this imaginary world, this matrix world, this motherfucking, this illusion of something imaginary outside of existence that they know about. Yeah, once you start believing what they talking about, you go to falling for all this kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about? I thought we supposed to be people that respect nature and let nature take its course. You know what I'm saying? Shit that great grandmama and great grandma taught you and shit about nature and shit, about how to live off the land and shit. But these people that took all of the land, fighting over a lie about some religions that they done made up about God. When they ain't talking about nothing that you can see naturally, they telling you about some shit that somebody telling them in privacy. And it's just the God of the Jew. That's why these Muslims and these Christians over here in the Middle East still fighting over land that don't even belong to you, that belong to the all. Everybody should have natural rights to live
And they
on
indigenous
quote
areas.
unquote God's green earth. But check this out though. This 2017, right before Kanika kicked in, right when Trump was goddamn already in cahoots with his brother over there, Putin and shit. You know what I'm saying? The Ashkenazi and the Khazari. And then, you know what I'm saying? We already know that the Ashkenazi Jews, the ones who goddamn bagged Trump fully because he is a goddamn German, like I've been telling y'all for 2 motherfucking years. But check this out, this August 17th, the U.S. military is working on creating a generation of super soldiers. You think they ready? You think if they told you this in 2017, how long you think they have been working on it before they told you? I always know that the military is going to always keep top secret classified information that they withhold from the people and the masses for years. They feed you the technology at a pace, at a rate that they want you to observe this information. And once they feed it to you, they psychologically evaluate your behavior and your interactions with whatever technology they put out to you. So niggas who think they want ahead of the game and think they know everything, man, you'll never know what's going on until you figure out where you at in this shit. You know what I'm talking about? This nigga talking about he gonna goddamn create a super soldier, creating a generation of super soldiers which will be genetically modified. Genetically modified. Dehumanized, gonna genetically modify a motherfucker. The same way you eat GMO foods, you're gonna be walk around this motherfucker not knowing who has been genetically modified. Why you think it's so easy for these motherfuckers with these badges and authority to just go on, just be on go? They ain't got no human is in their head. They don't give a fuck. It's complete the mission. Why you think so many 70 and 80-year-old folks getting shot down by nonsense? You think these motherfuckers ain't out here, bro? Anyway, man, that's just my opinion, man. Genetically modified and given technological implants. Y'all think about a motherfucking chip? They trying to chip us. Shit, if they trying to bring the chip to you, what the fuck you think they doing to them soldiers in there that they been experimenting on and harvesting their ass for a long time? Also, yo, that's what they be doing, harvesting motherfuckers, create a war so they can harvest and do the fuck they want to do as far as advancing technology and shit like that, in my opinion. DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, which is a part of the U.S. Department of Defense. I told you, the Department of Defense is always going to be a part of this shit. That's the step below all the other fuckery I be telling y'all about. But the Department of Defense, those are the contracts that these big companies want. They want to be able to manufacture the tanks, any kind of weaponry that the U.S. Those contracts are. People do a lot of corrupt shit and conspiratory shit that we'll never know about unless we goddamn look into this kind of shit, man. But I'm just goddamn just fucking around for a minute, you dig? Check this out. The U.S. Okay, we just read that, right? Right. DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, which is a part of the U.S. Department of Defense, has revealed that the plethora of plans to create an elite fighting force. These Trump super soldiers. Trump gonna do a whole lot of more shit than niggas think they think it's over with. Yeah, we're gonna piece that. Okay, we're gonna see. One of the projects on the horizon is to create software which could be uploaded directly to the brain. Software that can be uploaded directly to the brain. Not to goddamn help nobody who been paralyzed and can't move their arms. Not to help someone. Not to help no one. You know what I'm saying? This the technology. This is the defense technology and shit. Yeah, China and Russia and all these motherfuckers, they still be on the same old bullshit. Yeah, while we be waiting on the God of the Jew to send his son back to us, and we be caught all up in this bullshit while they still fighting over land, doing crazy shit. Create software that could be uploaded directly to the brain to give their soldiers heightened senses, which also attempting to cure ailments such as blindness, paralysis, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying, and speech disorder, creating an army of cavalry. Now, okay, they got to throw it in there like they try to help someone who's been injured and all that shit, but you see what the real deal is. They gonna take their top fit soldiers, niggas who ain't got nothing wrong with them, and implant this shit into their brain. It's gonna genetically modify a human being to become a super soldier, and they also use their motherfucking exoskeleton shit that they scrap on, which it connects, you know what I'm saying? It connects, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know how this shit go. Researching, it's a goddamn, one word to activate them motherfuckers, and they ain't gonna quit till it's over, my nigga. Real shit. That's what you think they see these kamikaze ass police out here goddamn acting crazy on motherfuckers. They running down on motherfuckers for little net. Little children getting shot over BB guns for the motherfucker longest around this bitch. Motherfucker, nigga, grandmas and everything, niggas been getting shot down for no reason at all. For shit, a regular human being would say, goddamn, he didn't have enough sense to see that the guy was goddamn surrendering. Nah, I don't give a fuck. He on go, nigga. Certain words gonna snap their mind and they gonna be on motherfucking go. Yeah, and new skin, yeah, MJ, I already know you here. DARPA will apply $50 million into researching the role neural networks play into operating the brain in order to decipher how it processes sensory input. They will then hopefully create the technologies and the algorithms
You know what I already doing, D.
can interpret it and generate. Because they be listening. Shh, they be listening.
As I've just described to you as being something, whether it's the work that I did in the...
Did you know you could be owed a major cash payout if you were in a car accident in the last year, even if you...
No, I ain't know that. Fuck on.
Look, go over there and fuck those folks up. Now, the program known as Neural Engineering System Design, NESD, aims to develop an incredible neural interface able to provide advanced signal resolution and data transfer bandwidth between the brain and electronics. We just heard that the latest goddamn brains and neurons goddamn interact with each other through electrically. You know what I'm talking about? The implant will act as a translator, converting digital communications like binary codes into electrochemical language used by the brain. Now, no motherfucking therefore my son, Spanish, English, French, none of them. It's gonna be some goddamn electromagnetic waves, energy, replacing the natural energy of the sun, where you get your natural intelligence in creation. They gonna demonize the sun, and they gonna goddamn show you how they gonna you gonna be, man, y'all they gonna be in this matrix so motherfucking hard. It's gonna be so fucked up around, cause ain't nobody gonna have no natural abilities to think for themselves or do a goddamn thing for themselves. You ain't gonna be able to go get a natural seed, put it in a natural ground, and get a natural plant. No, you're gonna be eating GMOs. They're gonna depopulate this motherfucker, dehumanize, and have all these goddamn robot soldiers running around this bitch, just like you see on the Jetsons and shit. Just like you watching all these motherfucking space, believing all this bullshit they're talking about, man. Flat power, man. The program Philip, what is it? This nigga Philip Aveda said that the brain-computer interface BCI's program looks ahead to the future in which advanced neural devices offer improved validity, resolution, and precision sensory interface that therapeutically applications and same military weapon. But I just had to come show y'all that shit. Let me see. I had to come show y'all that shit right quick. I'm gonna go back. What up, now? Some of these GMO souls they're gonna put out here on these niggas. They gonna go, whatever layer they gonna go in, they gonna be running up into the houses. They ain't gonna run into the military. They gonna run up and take over the little. You know how they do? Run up in every house, make sure they got them take all the weapons out of the house. He going down over here pretty soon. This third world action coming, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Coach.
They gonna see how the goddamn
third world action coming.
They gonna go right up in that motherfucker. Come right up in folks' land and
third
goddamn
world
and
action
take
coming.
over the people who
Down
ain't got
this
nothing to
shit.
do with a goddamn thing, bro. You know what I'm talking about? What they do. Let me see, can I find the video out there? Now the first video was from 20, let me see. Yeah, this one, I want to check this one out. Old Trump and his let's check this shit right out.
Many of my other colleagues that are at DARPA, my journey to the agency was an opportunity to expand the impact of the work that I was doing in neurotechnology, find new avenues that it could be applied. And I was thinking very deeply about this problem.
This is Dr. Justin Sanchez.
Miami, and I got a call out of the blue.
Let's check him out.
So I promise you, nothing that I show you today is going to be an illusion. So with that, again, my name is Justin Sanchez, and I'm a neurotechnologist by training. And like was just said, I was at my lab at the University of Miami, and I got a call out of the blue. At the other end of the phone, there's a person that says, we need you to come immediately to Washington, D.C. and come to DARPA. And that's really where the whole story begins. So what is DARPA? DARPA is the high-tech research branch of the Pentagon. And I'm currently the office director in the Biological Technologies Office. And like many of my other colleagues that are at DARPA, my journey to the agency was an opportunity to...
You already that boy Eli, who is the CEO, Arab Turk from Lebanese, the one who got down and run all the Crown Plaza business out of the headquarters in Atlanta that's really based out of the UK. You already looked him up. Yeah, Elon Musk, He the one that got people thinking they going to Mars this year in July 2020. He making billions and billions of dollars. You know, they around selling people stars and all kind of shit. That's how they keep your mind fucked all up. Elon Musk got there. I think he'll try. You know how to do is he got try citizenship. He got citizenship in like 3 places, 3 different countries. Elon Musk is a motherfucker. He out here feeding that dumb shit about this space shit. All these rockets that can come back and land in the same goddamn spot and all that old bullshit. All that shit is bullshit because we get caught up in the technology ever since we've been watching that television. We've been being programmed. Ever since they gave us this book about in the beginning, we've been being programmed. We up under the biggest, largest MK Ultra ever. This world shit, busting up the world script, nigga. Ain't nothing should be transmitting to you and giving you information but the sun, and it don't have a linguistic. That son is not going to say, hell thou, son, look, go over there and fuck those folks up over there, take that land. I promise that land to you. Amen. All that bullshit. But, but yeah, Elon Musk, motherfucker, he perpetrates that goddamn that space shit and going out of space. That's the same motherfucker that ATF caught the car in the studio. They were acting like the car was going out of space, but ATF caught the car in the studio. They fucked up and we caught their ass. Yeah, we caught them. We always catch them for the people who vote.
Expand the impact of the work that I was doing in neurotechnology, find new avenues that it could be applied. And I was thinking very deeply about this problem. I was thinking very deeply about the brain. I've always been interested in the brain, but not just from the medical sense. I always wanted to use engineering, apply it to the brain to deepen our understanding of the brain, and then try to find new applications of what we could do with the brain. So whether it's the work that I did in the past or the work that I'm currently...
The mad scientists, the German mad scientists, you know all the mad scientists came from Germany. You know, after World War I and World War II, all the scientists spread it out, some went into Russia, and most of them came over here to the United States, and then they formed this place. Now they turned into the Nazi NASA, which gonna tell you about a globe, and they're going out of space, and then they're gonna race to the moon and do all this crazy shit to keep your mind off, not understanding that this plane of existence, which in all of the unclassified documents that you find from the U.S. military that is put on file, will tell you that they do their research and base all the information off a flat plane. Earth is a flat plane. If it wasn't a flat plane, why would they goddamn base their information off of a flat plane? Why wouldn't they use the technology and all these scientists that know how to do all this shit? Why wouldn't they base it off this ball of water that is spinning around in the motherfucking midair in space and shit? Why they got all us looking crazy at this motherfucker, but not knowing we're looking crazy because we're gonna be saved. And the promise, man, once we die and get a chance to go see the pearly gates up in the sky that we can't never see. If we goddamn going past the moon and through the rocket, we should have been passed by God at least one time. Goddamn, we ain't seen now motherfucker with no wings flying around out they back or none of that shit. It's all energy people, and they have sucked up all of your energy with this religious shit, and you don't want to come back to creation. That's all I've been trying to tell y'all, but it's all Gucci.
Doing at DARPA, the goal has always been the same: develop new technologies that enable humans to use their brains to change the way that they interact with others and interact with the world. And while I'm at DARPA, we're thinking very deeply about national security, but what I'm going to show you today is that a lot of the technologies that we're developing go well beyond national security and actually are going to challenge us.
National security? Man, y'all got the UN in a frenzy over there with all this new technology y'all coming in with. The UN is in an uproar over there because they know some fuck shit gonna come. They just don't know when, but it's coming, boy.
As humans. So, DARPA got its beginnings in 1958. This is when we started pushing the envelope of things, and that's when in our country we learned about Sputnik, right? The Soviet Union had Sputnik, and the leaders in our country were totally caught off guard by this. And they said we could never be caught off guard ever again. So the agency was formed with a singular mission: breakthrough technologies. And the agency takes risks where others, like in industry or other parts of government, are unwilling to take risks. Okay? Okay, so we set off on our mission, and we were trying to make these breakthrough technologies. Now, along the way, we said, okay, if we understand very deeply the science and technology associated with these kinds of breakthroughs, we not only can predict the surprises that may be anywhere in the world, but we can also create a few surprises of our own. Now, while we've been doing this over a vast number of years, one of the things that did emerge from all of our work is it's not the technology alone that makes all the difference. It's how the people of the world use the technology that we develop. Okay, that's the fundamental game changer in all of this. And a terrific example of all of that is the smartphone. So all of you probably have one or maybe even two smartphones in your pocket, and you may not know that a lot of the technology that's in the smartphone has its roots in DARPA. So Herb mentioned the internet, GPS, which enables us to find our phones or locate where those phones are. The touch screen that's on your phone that enables you to interact with it, that was a DARPA development. The accelerometer that's in the phone that enables you to change the orientation of the screen as you rotate the phone. Siri, also a DARPA technology development. And all of those aspects, again, while they had their roots in national security, came together in this small device, and it changes the way that we perceive our world and the way that we interact with our world. Okay? Now, what I'm going to show you today is not the smartphone. I'm going to show you a new way that we're developing technology to interact with the world for the future. And that's really the technology of the brain. Now, the brain is an amazing organ. When it functions, there are millions and millions of neurons that become active, and they send signals not only to their neighbors, but also to very different parts of the brain. So to a person like me, the brain is not a black box. The brain's not just this goop in between your ears. It's a very intricate and elegant signaling of all of these neurons and how they evolve over time. And what we've done at DARPA is develop the technology in order to sense these signals in real time, or even write signals into the brain. And today I'm going to show you a few examples of what that technology is and how it actually came to be. Now, what's really important in all of this is that at DARPA, when we think about the brain, we think about the people we serve. So make no mistake about it, we're a part of the Department of Defense, and we serve military personnel. Now, the part that really struck me so much when I came to DARPA was how hard a job these military personnel have to protect our freedoms, protect our families, and protect our way of life. So again, when we think about the brain, we think about their job to control complex systems or learn complex tasks. They're under unbelievable stress, and then ultimately a lot of these people make the ultimate sacrifice and actually get injured. And some of our most early programs at DARPA have been to develop neurotechnology to restore those people back to their more whole self or their more natural self. Okay, so think of direct interfaces to the brain to enable some.
They keep on saying they want to restore people who was injured to their natural being, but now they want to create. They create GMO soldiers. I just told y'all that. We're going to just listen to what the capabilities of it is.
To move again after they've been paralyzed in service of the country. Okay. Now, what we've learned along the way in all of that is that those discoveries, right, those technologies are opening the door to a whole new set of possibilities for the future. Okay. So, how do we do all of this? So, this may be your first time hearing about a direct neural interface, and in the middle of the screen up there is actually an example of one of the types of neural interfaces that we're using in humans today. So this is a sensor array. It's about 4 by 4 millimeters. And on this sensor array, there are 96 sensors. Each one of the tips on that little array can detect between 1 and 3 neurons in your brain. All right, and we have the technology in order to identify those neurons, amplify their activity. There's minuscule signals actually happening in your brain. We can send those signals into a computer, and that computer can interpret what all of those signals actually mean when you're thinking about trying to do something. And we can place these sensors anywhere in your brain or even in your peripheral nervous system, right? These are the nerves that are outside of your brain, okay? So while you may have thought of neurotechnology,
but we already know they deeper than this because they can transfer your whole entire memory that you have obtained in your lifetime on a microchip. Did you know that? Myra know that shit. Y'all keep up with Myra, man. Myra be spinning that real shit in between the bars, man. They got the oop out here, right? Cause niggas think niggas crazy. but they can goddamn process and download your memory, your entire memory, onto a microchip. These motherfuckers out here know these motherfucking people is doing everything that we say they doing, that you see them doing. Their job is to create chaos and keep you distracted from real shit that's really going on around this bitch. Real talk. Cloning exists. You eat GM, you eat clone food every day. Nothing is natural anymore. Nothing is natural anymore, man. Man, you know they fuck Gucci up. You know they fuck them up. He ain't got the same skin. They got all that good melanin from that boy. But I don't think we can tell by the ears no more. I know when I first got out into that shit, you can tell by the ear pattern be different and shit. I think they probably perfected that shit. I got here because they be listening. Shh, they be listening.
As I've just described to you as being something way off in the future, it's actually a technology that exists today, and we're actually using it with humans. Now, how did we get here? Okay, so again, I'm telling you about something that you may not be familiar with, but we actually have a history of working in neurotechnology, and it turns out that in the early 2000s, neuroscientists like myself didn't even know if it was possible to read out, let's say, 100 neurons of activity in real time from an awake behaving individual. So we started in animal subjects. We said, okay, let's try these sensors out. Can we read out the signals in real time? And can we do something simple like control a robotic arm? And we showed that we could actually do that, just having the animal think about it. And once we proved out that technology in 2005, we said, okay, we're ready to go to humans. Can we place the same technology in the human brain and restore the ability to move and even sense after you've been injured? And I'm going to show you a couple examples of this. Yes, we could do that. And we said, okay, again, this is DARPA. We tried to push the limits of what's possible. We said, okay, if we can do that for movement and sensation, can we try to do something even more complex?
Listen, he talking about DARPA now. He talking about the defense, the Department of Defense. He talking about DARPA. He ain't talking about no people who done been fucked up and trying to come back and regain their control of things. They use it for that. But he talking about using soldiers, U.S. soldiers, that at their top physical being, and go inside their shit and genetically modify their way of thinking in their brains. Then they put on their new skin, like MJ said. A whole bunch of RoboCops, a whole lot of men in black in real life. Yeah, that shit. God.
So we went to memory in the human and said, okay, for humans with traumatic brain injury, could we restore their ability to form and recall memories? Again, direct brain interface. Now, here's one thing that may blow your mind. The kind of questions that we have to go after here are answering things like, what is a memory in your brain? Right? Have you ever thought about what a memory is, what those intricate neural firing patterns actually are, and how you need to interact with them in order to facilitate memory formation and recall? That's the scale of the problem that we're actually working on at DARPA. Again, being DARPA, we don't just stop there. We keep moving forward in our trajectory. I actually started a new program in 2018 about the sub-networks of the brain, but for the most challenging problem of neuropsychiatry, and that's mental states, right? Think about depression, anxiety. Think about trying to develop a direct neural interface to help people with their depression and anxiety. And again, the same questions are there. What actually is depression in the brain? What are the neurons that are involved in anxiety? Those are the kinds of things that we're ultimately going after. Okay, so we have a very long trajectory here, right? Over a decade of work in this space. And what I'm going to do next, I'm going to show you some examples of the achievements that we are able to do today, and then paint a picture for you for what the future of neurotechnology may ultimately hold for us. Okay? So the first person I want to introduce you to is Nathan. He's the one on the right side of the screen. And Nathan is living with paralysis. He was paralyzed in 2004 in an automobile accident. And Nathan...
Hey, Huggy, you remember we about a year and a half ago we did them videos on the first human head transplant. The first human head transplant they did. You remember that shit?
was actually a freshman in college. He was studying nanotechnology. When he heard about some of our studies, he said, I want to be a pioneer in that. So he signed up to do one of our studies. And Nathan had that same array, right, that 4x4 millimeter array placed in his motor cortex, right, the part that is involved in movement. He had another set of arrays placed in his sensory cortex, okay? And you can actually see on the upper right side of the screen there's a little plug that's coming out of his head. That's where those arrays are connected to. And the wires send the signals from his brain actually to that bank of a rack of computers in the middle of the screen, process all of his neural activity in real time, and actually send that activity to that robotic arm. We also developed the robotic arm, and he met President Obama, was able to think about moving the robotic arm, and shook the president's hand. Okay, now the other part of this story is that robotic arm also had sensors in the fingertips. So when the president placed his hand on the robotic hand, the force transducers took that information and did the reverse, went back through the computers, went back through the wire, back into Nathan's head, and he could actually feel the president's hand on the robotic hand. It was truly a remarkable moment. Okay, so that's what Nathan can do. Let me show you a video of something else that Nathan can do. All right. This is Nathan taking these cones and he's kind of building this structure. He's doing all of this just by thinking about it. You can see he's not moving his own arms. He's just producing the neural signals directly from his brain and stacking those cones. Right? So think of this, right? You're a paralyzed person being able to interact with the world in this way. It can really be transformative for you, right? You have a new way to project yourself onto the world. All right, so Nathan, he was astounded by this moment. It's life-changing for him. But we asked him, Nathan, what else do you want to do? And he's a gamer, and he said, I want to fly an aircraft. So we said, okay, we can help you to fly an aircraft. So the next thing we did is we connected him to a F-35 Joint Strike Fighter and put him out over Las Vegas. And we basically remapped his neural activity onto any control surface that we ultimately wanted to on that Joint Strike Fighter. Again, put yourself in the place of Nathan. Think about how you're locked in this wheelchair, and then think about your ability to actually control this aircraft, change your perspective of the world, and see it in a very different way. And I think that he sees Las Vegas in a very different way now that he's able to fly over. And Nathan started having a lot of fun with this, and at the very end of this run, he's like, I'm just going to do a barrel roll here, and did a barrel roll in the aircraft. And it just kind of shows you the creativity that a person like Nathan with a direct neural interface, what they can ultimately do. So that's what we can do today. What does the future look like with these kinds of technologies? Okay, so think about building with your brain. Think about changing your perspective of the world by flying over a city with the brain. So in this vignette, this person is an architect, is paralyzed, lost control of his arms. He needs a new way to communicate his ideas. So through his direct neural interface, he can connect to his drafting software, position buildings anywhere he likes, the details of the building. Maybe he can even connect to a collaborator out in the field to get a different perspective on the building, okay? And imagine, in the future, building a skyscraper just with your brain, just with the perspective of your brain. It could be transformative. All right, so that's Nathan. The next example I'd like to show you is a person, his name is Doug. Okay, and Doug was injured 25 years ago in a near-fatal electrical accident. And Doug's very different than Nathan in the sense that he has no hands on both of his arms. He lost both of his hands. Imagine living your life that way. But for Doug, we also explored the possibility of a direct neural interface for him. So in this particular case, it took that same sensor array, but instead of placing it in the brain, we placed it into the nerves of his forearm. You can actually see on the right side of the screen there his residual limb, and that's where that sensor array is. Now, what's different in this picture is that we connected his peripheral nervous system to that 3D virtual environment that's in the center of the screen. And there's a virtual hand there, and it's going to be touching a virtual door. And whenever the virtual hand touches the virtual door, signals are sent back into that electrode array, into his nerves, and this is what Doug can actually do with that interface. Oh my God, you're so dumb. that 3D world just through your nervous system. It really is amazing. So when we see something like this, we say, can we change the future? Can we change the way that we even play, right? So imagine in the future you had a direct neural interface, and that direct neural interface gets you off your couch in a virtual way, enables you to explore virtual worlds just through your direct neural interface. And, we've got game controllers and cameras to do this now, but it's nowhere near the kinds of things that I'm talking about here. Again, exploring your cognitive space in this virtual world could be transformative. What if you could even connect to your friends all across the globe through your direct neural interface and kind of explore what that would actually be? Okay, so what we're doing.
Remember I told y'all about 2 years ago, I said those motherfuckers don't have to go to the Bohemian Grove anymore to meet up. You remember Alex Jones and the rest of the motherfuckers that used to be spying on the elite and the rich, you know what I'm saying, the elitists. They used to go to Bohemian Grove to meet, and then the word got out that they don't even have to go meet up anymore, that they do it through neural implants, that they got there can meet virtually. Remember I told y'all that shit? Anybody remember that shit? Oh, they got it. Oh. All right, man.
Today with Doug is just the beginning of what we think is possible in the future. Okay? So the last example that I like to...
If they saying it's possible in the future, they already doing that shit. Know that. Know that. When they saying they think it's possible in the future, they just know that they already did this shit and perfected this shit. And the top elite are doing this shit. You understand? That's why they can't catch them meeting up no more. They don't have to meet up anymore like that. They just go out there to the Bohemian Grove, the old Boy Scout, goddamn, the old National Boy Scout, where they had to go out there and worship the aisle, and then you just catch them in these little meetings and shit. And they trying to put the cameras in their face and all this shit, and Rothschild telling them that they're wrong for doing this. And they can't catch them doing it. They can't catch them on no meetup no more, because they can neurally meet up while they just laying in their bed and sit there and click in with their interface and actually have means of what the fuck they want to happen in this world, while we sitting back as puppets believing all of this motherfucking matrix that we tied up in, man. Real talk. We never got there and get back. We can't, man. We done lost nature, bro. I ain't a part of it. You know what I'm talking about? Nigga eating GMOs and shit. Ram sleep. See what I'm saying? I know I ain't the only crazy person in the world. Thank Miss Daniela for being another crazy person in this world. Thank you.
Give for you today is in something much more difficult. It's in that area of memory. Okay, remember, memory is a very tough concept. In this particular case, there's a person that's volunteered for our studies. This person is living with intractable epilepsy, has seizures that are uncontrollable. And part of their therapy is that they come to the clinic and they have sensors placed in and on their brain in order to try to map out where this problem is occurring. And it turns out that some of the places where those sensors are located are in the memory structures of the brain. And we ran a test where we asked the question, could we develop a direct neural interface, stimulate the brain in order to facilitate memory formation and recall? This is for declarative memories about facts. So this is how it goes. In this particular example, the person has to recall 12 words. We know how hard it is to do something as mundane as that, right? Think of phone numbers and things like that. In this case, we do it with brain stimulation and without brain stimulation. We're going to sense his cognitive state, and when we detect that memory is low, we stimulate the brain in order to facilitate its ability to do it. So the first example is without stimulation, and let's see how good he actually does. 12 words, no stimulation. Got through 3 of them, and we've all experienced this. He does the old face palm, can't get through the rest of them, right? So now we're going to do it with direct brain stimulation. Got all of them. And that was the breakthrough moment for us. He said, I had a good picture in my head I could just see. It was the moment we knew that we were having an effect on his memory circuit. Okay, so transformative moment for all of us that were involved. So what does the future look like? Well, Imagine as you're getting older and you have a more powerful form of this kind of neural interface and you're feeling maybe a little nostalgic and you want to record some of your memories. Maybe there's a possibility of using a direct neural interface to actually do that. And maybe you use that neural interface to record the moment you went on a first date, maybe the first time you proposed, or even the birth of your child. And then if you even had the ability to share those sets of memories with your friends and family, it could be transformative for how we ultimately live our lives. So, recall back to the examples I gave you with GPS and the internet and Siri. Those all came out of Department of Defense kinds of technologies, but they ultimately came together in a way that changed society. And we think that in the future that neurotechnologies like the ones I just showed you are going to be picked up by commercial entities, right? They're going to use neurotechnologies in the future. And, at DARPA, we create these breakthrough technologies in order to change the future and change the world. That's what we do. That's our mission. Whether it's for a person to try to command and control a complex system, or it's a person that has extraordinary injuries and we've brought them back to a more normal quality of life. We know that these technologies are extremely powerful, and we also know that they can be used for good or for ill. And without a doubt, these kinds of technologies are going...
They can be used for good or for ill. Or for evil. I'm gonna go see can I goddamn get a image of that neural interface. Hold on.
To introduce new societal questions that we're all going to have to address. And, just a few to consider. Will neural enhancement be considered a personal choice like laser eye surgery or even braces? Will there be a huge disconnect between the neural enhanced haves and the have-nots? In the future, will neural enhancement or some form of neural enhancements be considered a right, instead of a personal choice? These are just some of the questions that we have to think about, and they're not just questions.
What the fuck do he mean? Would it be a right or not just only a personal choice? What the fuck? That was some double talk, one. Would it be a right or a personal choice? So if it's not a personal choice, the right will override your personal choice not to be chipped. Did y'all catch that? Would it be a right and not just only a personal choice? It made me think about the Bill of Rights and shit. Like, you want to enforce the Bill of Rights upon your motherfucking ass. You don't force it upon you and shit. What the fuck? That was some double talk right there.
For the technologists here, they're questions for all of us. So how the future of this very powerful technology unfolds really depends upon all of you. And as we shape that future, and we really make choices associated with that future, it's the choices that we make that will define us as individuals, and it will really reveal who we are as a society. So, as I've shared with you today, the brain is an extraordinary organ. It has the potential to completely change the way that we interact with technology. So whether it's building with your mind, thinking of a new perspective of the world with your mind, changing the way that you play and interact with your friends, or even finding new ways of recording and sharing your memories. These are all the possibilities of the future. And it's DARPA's push into these very difficult areas which is making all of this possible. And that really sets up the last question for the discussion today is, what will you accomplish with your brain in the future? Thank you so much.
Industry in the US. So imagine being able to play all the Call of Duty and Halo you want while sipping down on
Hold on, I want to go see can I get a image of that interface. I want to see can I get an image of that interface. The super soldier, them super soldiers around this bitch, been around this bitch. See can I get an image of that interface. image of the interface. It gotta be smaller than that. That look like it might be it right there. Well, how small is it, motherfucker? My bad, I was just being old. Comedic science. What am on that? What am on that? The comedic science. I wonder why they took the cerebellum out. Little man Teresa, well, not man Teresa, man, butterscotch and acting on the other day. The Alvars. So the Alvars is the right eye. I forgot which one the left eye is. I forgot which one is the left eye. See the eye. The all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye. I got these in my folder, in my screenshots. Alistair Crawley. What about that name? Right here. That's your all seeing now right there. There your two eyes is right there. There your two eyes is right there. Me and Butterscotch was fucking with this other day. There your Egyptian eye is right there. You know what I'm saying? You go into it and see how deep it go. The comedic science. Myra gonna put that back in the middle school system. Myra gonna put that shit back in the middle school system. Let's see.
Hello, I'm Kamali, taking you through some of the things people are talking about and some of the stuff they're sharing around the world. The newsfeed today. The US and one of their biggest weapons manufacturers begin a partnership to develop.
It's an exoskeleton that they show you the suit they put in, but they ain't gonna show you how the biological. They ain't gonna show you how they really just. They ain't gonna just. They just can't feed you all the way down to the cloning and how they really create these robotic people that's walking amongst us right now today, man. Some people's mind can't get a. Some people's mind can't fathom a thought, but it's already popping, man. These folks been living underground and having these underground bases and traveling up under that ice and all that shit. Every time we say,
Super soldiers.
technology ain't got them. Niggas don't get no technology and just sit it up on the shelf and put it in a medicine cabinet. Don't fuck with it. They keep advancing on this shit. They taking vital organs only. Real shit.
Fake news will be fought by an unlikely alliance in Nigeria.
What?
A passage to peace between India and Pakistan. We'll tell you about the Kartarpur corridor. And pay less pranks and punks, making them pay more. At the top of the newsfeed, exoskeletons, military-grade ones. Now, technology that started as a way to help people unable to walk after accidents is being turned into a weapon of war.
What? It's being chopped into a what? A weapon of war? What? Technology has started out to help people who has been paralyzed and shit like that. Is turned into a weapon of war? What? Get it, Trump. It's 2020 now. You done had 3 years to goddamn get your motherfucking soldiers ready. Nigga, I know them motherfuckers ready to do some crazy shit. I already been doing.
President Trump promised to make his military stronger than ever, and now there's news that they are working with one of the world's biggest arms manufacturers. The goal to allow soldiers to stand and march and run for longer by attaching
back, nigga. Run that back.
skeletons, military-grade ones. Now, technology that started as a way to help people unable to walk after accidents is being turned into a weapon of war. President
Run that back.
For the newsfeed, exoskeletons, military-grade ones. Now, technology that started as a way to help people unable to walk after accidents is being turned into a weapon of war. President Trump promised to make his military stronger than ever, and now there's news that they are working with one of the world's biggest arms manufacturers. The goal to allow soldiers to stand and march and run for longer by attaching robotic skeletons to their bodies. Yep, watch this.
At the beginning of this month, the world celebrated the end of World War I, a war that was supposed to end all wars. Despite that reminder, militaries around the globe seem to be forging ahead with developing the next generation of weapons.
The war that supposed to ended all wars. Another world lie. Another world lie. The war would never end, nigga. You know, Trey, get me out of here.
Just this week, the U.S. Army awarded a multi-million-dollar contract to Lockheed Martin to develop exoskeleton technology to turn their fighting men and women into super soldiers. Worn over a pair of pants, the exoskeleton uses a suit of sensors, artificial intelligence, and other technology to aid natural movements.
The idea is that we're going to take the capabilities of some of the fittest, highest performing individuals in the world, these infantry guys that you were just talking about, and we're going to
They good. They good, bro. They good naturally. They naturally good. They cool. Y'all need, nah, y'all gonna chill them. Y'all been genetically modified them motherfuckers. Okay, come on with it.
extend those capabilities. We're going to make them stronger. We're going to make them last longer, and we're going to make them go faster and
God damn, they remind me when they fucked my head up when I was little, when they with the $6 million man, and they came with the $8 million man and shit. Motherfucking the bionic woman and shit. They just prepared us goddamn mentally for this unnatural ass shit, bro. We can make them faster, rebuild and make them stronger. Niggas jumping goddamn on. Hey, who remember the $6 million man? I mean, I might be too old for y'all, man. The $6 million man, boy, they made that shit come true, boy. Them movies y'all see on TV, that might be breaking down shit, goddamn scare you, my nigga. It should be more than just wake your ass up. Goddamn, what can we do, nigga? Can we get back to reality? Instead of this virtual reality, can we get back to nature itself? Can we demand these motherfuckers start letting us eat real food again? Can we smell some goddamn real grass again, nigga? Can we smell some real rain again? I seen MJ goddamn chase some clouds today, goddamn. Man, look here, man. Look here, man. Boy, it gonna take a nation of millions to goddamn pop back, right? Me and goddamn free game was kicking game last night, man. I wanted to get into some shit about old motherfucking Louis Farrakhan, but I couldn't know, we were dialecting back and forth, so I had my brain trying to go there, but know what I'm saying? When we were talking about Gaddafi and how to do it, Farrakhan put him on, went on there and talk that shit about the bombing, and what he gonna do, and this nigga end up being chipped up and dipped up and bitched up over there in Scotland. Ain't doing a goddamn thing, you did. Man, this shit weird, bro. The nigga supposed to have his own military and shit, nigga. How the fuck you got your own military, nigga, that motherfucker, in the motherfucker, in the US got your motherfucker. Only weapon you got is some bean pies, nigga. The fuck is you talking about, man? The fuck is you talking about, man? Oh, man, shit. Who we got, nigga? The people we supposed to be entrusted in and try to get behind and follow, man. All this shit just a trap, man. These niggas already been and folded and sold out, man. You got to just go ahead and get rid of the goddamn, get your robot dance and shit. You know what I'm saying? When Michael Jackson shows how to do the robot and shit, yeah, then we gonna be, the robot around this bitch, my nigga. Fuck natural, fuck nature, fuck goddamn creation. Okay, Keisha, alright, Teresa. You know what I'm saying? Fuck nature and creation. I love it, man. I love nature and creation. Bro, I sure was out here with some real motherfucking cucumber one time, my nigga. Some real ones and shit. You know what I'm talking about? These motherfuckers took everything. They done goddamn boxed up all the resources, barreled up all the resources, contaminated all the water, nigga. Fucking with the skies and everything, right? Man, this shit is, man, the world is weird, bro. We waiting on goddamn a savior to come fix it that they gave us, the savior they gave us and shit. Look at this shit. That shit ain't real nowhere, no how, no way, nigga. Ain't nothing realer than what's real. What's real is creation. On the table that has been prepared before you. It's what you see and what you know, what you know what I'm saying. But I don't know, bro.
Farther. We're going to take them that extra mile.
Microsoft was awarded a nearly $500 million contract to provide its augmented reality headsets to the US Army. It's not exactly clear how the 100,000 headsets will be used, but the government description of the program stated it is intended to
increase lethality by enhancing the ability to detect, decide, and engage before the enemy.
And it's not only the US. Earlier this year, Russia deployed its Ridin robot tank in Syria, a fully armed weapon with no space for humans. And China's military drone industry, already one of the world's largest, is pushing ahead with...
As I told y'all the other day, goddamn, they think of Trump bullshit. Trump just went over there and took over some more land over there in Golden Heights over there in Syria, man. Real shit.
Drone technology. All of this has the UN worried.
The impacts of new technologies on warfare are a direct threat to our common responsibility to guarantee peace and security. The weaponization of artificial intelligence is a growing concern.
Why wouldn't goddamn President Trump take us from up under the guidelines of NATO when the United States up under NATO is without we hooked to Israel, and Israel is that's where most of our goddamn money go, and our help go to Israel. That's who called the shots for the United States for real, the Jews in Israel. Do y'all understand that? Do y'all understand that? Israel gonna tell the motherfucking American troops what they gonna do and what they not gonna do, man. Trump put a bill out, man. The national defense, we ain't got no national defense, but they holler about national defense. Who do our military actually work for, nigga?
Well, Professor Toby Walsh has written extensively on AI and future weaponry. He's part of a movement of academics and experts and politicians working at an international level to get the most egregious of those weapons banned.
Well, we should be concerned about how technology gets used to make warfare a more terrible thing. And we're seeing an arms race to use AI and robotics to make warfare a much more terrible thing. And eventually, it will look like those Hollywood movies if we're not careful. These are the sorts of weapons that will turn up in the black markets of the world, that will fall into the hands of terrorists and rogue states. They'll be much cheaper.
The black market? The black market? You mean they'll be able to say this shit to niggas who want to goddamn do some terroristic acts to anybody? The black market? The black market? You mean the same way Arthur Rathbun was selling goddamn cadavers and body parts and heads and shit to the army, to the military? The author Ralph Bond that got busted for the goddamn biological resource centers and goddamn the organ broker that he was selling and had contracts with the motherfucking U.S. Armed Forces, allegedly, man. Shut the fuck up, man. It's all kahooty hoops. It's all kahooty hoops. Iran, the only place in the world that is legal to sell by trade body parts, nigga. They ain't finna do shit to Iran. It's all the stage, nigga. It's all the world stage, and they gonna do exactly what the fuck they want to do. No doubt.
Much more accessible than nuclear weapons, and that will really upset the geopolitical order, which is not itself very stable yet. If we do manufacture them, arms companies do sell them, they will become the Kalashnikovs of the future, and they will fall into the hands of people who have no qualms turning them upon us. And we have to realize that at the end of the day, we will be on the receiving end of these weapons. And they are the perfect weapons for terrorists. They will execute any order, however terrible, however evil, and they will be very difficult to attribute. We've already had a case of a drone attack on a Russian-based Syria where we don't know who exactly was behind it. We could try and regulate these technologies, just like we regulated chemical weapons, biological weapons, blinding lasers, trust emissions. There are a number of technologies that we did come together as a world and decide it was morally repugnant to use them to fight war, and we should actually ban them. And that has been largely successful. Of course, chemical weapons still occasionally get used, but nevertheless, I think we would be a much more terrible world if chemical weapons were sold and manufactured by arms companies and were widely available. I'm still slightly hopeful that we will ban autonomous weapons.
The arms dealers, I'm telling you, it be so corrupted when it comes down to getting those goddamn, those defense contracts. That was a big part of the shit I broke down when I went into research about, when I researched Roseline, broke it all the way down to Robert Kennedy being tied into that hotel where he got killed in the kitchen, just like the nigga Jenkins, right around 9/11. When I connected those dots, and it had a lot to do with the Department of Defense contract that it was leaning towards. Yeah, you may gotta really get those videos when I broke that shit down. Shit is ritualistic, bro. What are the odds of goddamn Robert Kennedy being killed in a kitchen in a hotel owned by these same people? What are the odds? What are the odds, bro? This shit weird.
Before they become widely available. But I'm pretty confident that once they do become widely available, we will recoil at the terror, because it will look like those Hollywood movies. And the world will turn against them, and then we'll ban them. It will just be a little harder, just as we discovered with nuclear weapons, that once they're out there, it's more difficult to close the Pandora's box.
Well, elections will be held in Nigeria in 3 months, and Africa's most populated country has to deal with the effect fake news may have on the result. So a group of competing newsrooms have come up with a decent idea. Philip's in Abuja, and he'll explain. An anti-fake news website called Crosscheck Nigeria has been created by a network of journalists across the country. The platform will allow news professionals to carry out proper investigations and verification of news information before publication. Nigeria is currently experiencing a widespread circulation of false news targeted at misinforming the public via news articles, pictures, and videos posted mostly on social media.
Propaganda? Just say propaganda, bro. We know what it is. Come on with it.
Project's leading partners, including International Center for Investigative Reporting, ICIR, are hoping that the platform will curb the excesses of rumor-mongers, politicians, and their supporters during the forthcoming elections and beyond. And also, the general public will be allowed to post content to the website. This will go through a verification process by at least 5 top fact-checkers from various news outfits before dissemination. This initiative is set up to contribute to Nigeria's quest to having a free and fair election in next year's polls. The hope is that the website Crosscheck Nigeria will survive a number of challenges against hackers, government interference, as well as gain trust among its prospective users. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other things that caught our eye on social media. Now, this is great. A baller called Steph Curry got a letter from a 9-year-old girl called Riley Morrison. Now, she wanted to know why his Curry 5s weren't sold in the girls section of the Under Armour website. And he wrote back saying basically the brand had got it wrong and they put the kids sizes all in the boys section, but that was going to change.
Yeah, but I just want to fuck with that goddamn, that neurotechnology shit, them super soldiers. Them super soldiers. Them super soldiers. What's the guy behind Trump talking about? Trump ain't got it. Let's see what Trump's speaking of. Find something Trump good. That's 2 years ago. Super soldier just was that for state president last week. Let's see. John Speed just supported that the U.S. killed. Yeah, the U.S. killed. I guess what these super soldiers at least 3,000. I already knew all this was coming. Told y'all that fake break where I ran. I told y'all this shit was coming. World stage. World stage. Guess he ain't speaking on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States and the First.
It's good overtime. It's good overtime. That was 2 years ago, man. Look at they had some updates on these niggas, man. Just 2 years ago, I want some updated information. I ain't updated no information. I don't know. Get. We know they out there. We know they out there. Super soldier. Oh my nose. That's 3 years ago. All this shit. Oh, they ain't talking about it. Ain't nobody talking about transhumanism 2 years ago. See what they talking about? They probably gonna be in a rape. Don't trust anyone. Value.
announce that we're building Iron Man. I'm going to blast off in a second. This has been a secret project we've been working on for a long time.
As an arbitrary relation. This light frequency has a specific note, which is the note that I hear, but a few octaves lower, so that it's in the audible range. My head was drilled 4 times so that I could have the antenna integrated, so it goes inside my skull, so I actually feel cyborg. I feel that even if I touch the antenna, I feel it's like a part of my body. It really feels like a new body part. There's no way of removing it, so it's...
Put an 8 in the chat if y'all still in, man. Y'all see this shit? That's crazy. Yo, they get Trump, they get Obama there to goddamn smooth it over. Make a joke at that motherfucking shit, you know what I'm saying? Run that back, man. Damn. I wonder why they ain't talked about it in the last 3 years since Trump said he was gonna make a whole Trump put like $50 million behind this shit. Why they ain't talking about them super soldiers? Where them super soldiers at? The fuck them super soldiers at? We want to update on them all them super soldiers. Y'all distracting us.
Basically, I'm here to announce that we're building Iron Man. I'm going to blast off in a second. This has been a secret project we've been working on for a long time.
As an arbitrary relation. This light frequency has a specific note, which is the note that I hear, but a few octaves lower, so that it's in the audible range. My head was drilled 4 times so that I could have the antenna integrated, so it goes inside my skull, so I actually feel cyborg. I feel that even if I touch the antenna, I feel it's like a part of my body. It really feels like a new body part.
Y'all remember they were saying, Obama had all the most different little scars on his round that they had been inside his shit. Many a times and shit. I could not looking at it.
There's no way of removing it, so it's just like other animals. They have antennas. I decided that I would have an antenna as well.
Hey guys, अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मैं हूँ YouTube ओपनर और आप देख रहे हैं YouTube ओपनर चैनल.
I'm going to blast off in a second. This has been a secret project we've been working on for a long time.
As an arbitrary relation. Light frequency has a specific note, which is the note that I hear, but a few octaves lower, so that it's in the audible range. My head was drilled 4 times so that I could have the antenna integrated, so it goes inside my skull, so I actually feel cyborg. I feel that even if I touch the antenna, I feel it's like a part of my body. It really feels like a new body part. There's no way of removing it, so it's just like other animals. They have antennas. I decided that I would have an antenna as well.
Hey guys, अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मैं हूँ YouTube ओपनर और आप देख रहे हैं YouTube ओपनर चैनल. So guys, आज की हमारी वीडियो है DARPA के ऊपर. DARPA डिफेंस एडवांस रिसर्च प्रोटेक्ट एजेंसी, जो कि अमेरिका की एक एजेंसी है जो कि मिलिट्री फोर्सेस, वेपन्स और इन चीजों के लिए काम करती है. DARPA is planning to implant microchips in soldiers' brain. DARPA अपने सोल्जर्स के अंदर माइक्रोचिप्स इम्प्लांट कर रही है, जो अपने सोल्जर्स को साइबोर्ग में कन्वर्ट कर रही है. साइबोर्ग उन्हें कहते हैं जिस इंसान की बॉडी के अंदर कुछ मैकेनिकल पार्ट्स या कोई भी ऐसी चिप वगैरह इम्प्लांट उसके बॉडी पार्ट के साथ कनेक्ट कर दी जाए, जो कि उसकी बॉडी का एक हिस्सा बन जाए, उसको हम साइबोर्ग कहेंगे. डार्पा का कहना है कि इसके जरिए जो सोल्जर्स हैं वो जंग के मैदान में अच्छा परफॉर्म कर पाएंगे. अमेरिका ने 25 लाख मिलियन जो अपने सोल्जर्स अफगानिस्तान और इराक में बचे, उनमें से जो 3 लाख वापस अपने घर को आए, उनके दिमाग में कुछ ब्रेन इंजरी थी, कुछ उनके दिमाग को कुछ इंजरी हुई, चोट लगी हुई थी। और साइंटिस्ट ने फैसला किया कि इनके दिमाग की इंजरी को ठीक करने के लिए, इनकी याददाश्त को ठीक करने के लिए इनके दिमाग के अंदर माइक्रोचिप इम्प्लांट्स की जाएंगी। माइक्रोचिप्स आपको बताते चलूं, दिमाग के पीछे वाला हिस्सा जो कि गर्दन के पीछे वाला हिस्सा आप कह सकते हैं, दिमाग का हिस्सा जहाँ होता है हिप्पोकैम्पस, जहाँ पर लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरीज सेव होती हैं, वहाँ पर इसको इम्प्लांट किया जाएगा। और इसके माइक्रोचिप्स की वायरिंग इतनी बारीक होगी जितना कि हमारा एक बाल बारीक होता है, इतनी बारीक इसकी वायरिंग होगी। तो ये दिमाग के साथ आसानी से कनेक्ट कर दी जाएगी, ब्रेन के टिश्यूज के साथ इसको कनेक्ट किया जाएगा। एनी जैकबसन अपनी किताब में लिखती है कि मैंने एक ऐसे सोल्जर का इंटरव्यू लेना चाहा जिसके दिमाग में माइक्रोचिप इम्प्लांट कर दी गई थी, लेकिन मुझे इसकी इजाजत नहीं दी गई। एनी जैकबसन की किताब है द पेंटागॉन्स ब्रेन, उसमें इन्होंने जो कि डाटा इम्प्लांट कर रहा है माइक्रोचिप्स अपने सोल्जर्स के अंदर, इसके बारे में डिटेल इंफॉर्मेशन के साथ लिखा हुआ है। एनी जैकबसन बहुत ही फेमस जर्नलिस्ट है अमेरिका की, जो कि यूएस गवर्नमेंट और यूएस आर्मी, मिलिट्री और डाटा जैसी एजेंसीज के बारे में जो भी इनके सीक्रेट प्लान्स होते हैं इनके बारे में लिखती है। डाटा सुपर सोल्जर्स बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है। एनी जैकबसन की जो कि द पेंटागॉन्स ब्रेन है, उसमें लिखती है कि इसकी मदद से जब सोल्जर्स के ब्रेन में माइक्रोचिप्स इम्प्लांट की जाएंगी, इसकी मदद से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बहुत से राजों का इंकशाफ हो सकता है। मशीन्स मैकेनिकल टेक्नोलॉजी को एक ऊंचे दर्जे के ऊपर ले जा सकता है जहां तक इंसान काम कर सकता है। एनी जैकबसन ने एक फोन इंटरव्यू के दौरान कहा, जब आप देखते हैं कि इस तरह की दिमाग की प्रोग्रामिंग की जा रही है, मैपिंग की जा रही है, माइक्रोचिप्स में डाली जा रही है, बहुत से साइंटिस्ट हैरान होते हैं कि इसके जरिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बहुत से बैरियर्स को, बहुत सी रुकावटों को तोड़ा जा सकता है, खत्म हो सकती है इसके जरिए। एनी जैकबसन अपनी किताब में लिखती हैं कि ये किलर रोबोट्स भी बना रही हैं, एक ऐसे रोबोट्स जो कि ऑटोनोमस होंगे। ऑटोनोमस उनको कहा जाता है जो कि बगैर इंसानों के काम करे, बगैर ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम के काम करे, उसमें किसी किस्म का ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ना हो और किसी किस्म की इंसानी मुदाखलत ना हो। ऑटोनोमस रोबोट्स और ऑटोनोमस मशीन्स, वेपन्स, ऐसी चीजें भी डाटा अब बना रहा है और कुछ बना भी चुका है, जो कि खुद ही अपने टारगेट सिलेक्ट करते हैं और खुद इन पर निशाना लगाते हैं और जो उन्हें ठीक लगता है वही करते हैं। हम सिर्फ उन्हें स्विच ऑन और स्विच ऑफ कर सकते हैं। अमेरिका में इसको लेकर बहुत सी मुहिम भी चली, बहुत से प्रोटेस्ट भी हुए कि ऐसे किलर रोबोट्स हमें नहीं चाहिए, ऐसे किलर रोबोट्स बनाना बंद करो। अगर आप इसके बारे में डिटेल से जानना चाहते हैं कि ये क्या है, तो मैंने इसके ऊपर एक वीडियो बनाई थी, ट्रांसह्यूमनिज्म। आप उस वीडियो को जरूर देखें क्योंकि वो भी न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर के ऊपर मैंने बनाई है। तो उसके अंदर मैंने बहुत सी फीचर टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में बताया है कि ट्रांसह्यूमनिज्म क्या है। और उसमें से एक चीज जो कि इंसान को रोबोट की शक्ल दी जाएगी और रोबोट से काम लिए जाएंगे, उनमें से एक कदम जो न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का है वो बढ़ चुका है और वो शुरू हो चुका है। वहाँ वो वीडियो देखेंगे, इसका मैंने डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक दिया है, आप इस वीडियो को देख सकते हैं। डाटा का कहना है कि इसके जरिए हम इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज, बहुत ही खतरनाक बीमारियों का, बहुत ही खतरनाक इन्फेक्शन का इलाज भी हो सकता है, इससे हम बच सकते हैं। बीमारी को कह सकते हैं ईबोला एक बहुत ही खतरनाक वायरस है जो कि बहुत ही यूरोपियन कंट्रीज में फैल चुका है और इसमें काफी लोग इसके शिकार हो चुके हैं। इसलिए वो कहते हैं कि जंग के मैदान में ये हमारे सोल्जर्स को इससे बचाए रखेगा। डाटा एजेंसी अपने सोल्जर्स को एक्सोस्केलेटन, एक ऐसा सूट दे रहे हैं जो कि आयरन मैन की तरह होगा, जिससे सोल्जर आग और दूसरी तरह की चीजों से बच सकेंगे और जंग में ज्यादा देर तक लड़ सकेंगे। जब ब्रेन को इलेक्ट्रिकल सिग्नल भेजेगा तो ये चिप उन्हें कैच कर लेंगे और फिर उन सिग्नल को रीड करेंगे। ब्रेन मशीन इंटरफेस सिस्टम लेबोरेटरी BMI एक लेबोरेटरी है जहाँ पर साइंटिस्ट इस चीज को एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं कि हम किसी कोड्स हैं उसको इस चिप में भेजें और वो कोड एक्शंस में ट्रांसलेट हो जाए, जिसके जरिए अगर किसी सोल्जर का बॉडी या कोई भी चीज, कोई भी जिस्म का हिस्सा डैमेज हो जाता है तो वो इस कोड्स के
Let's try this right now. I gotta eat my tape too. Exactly.
Every civilization was built off the back of a disposable workforce. But I can only make so many. Such a
percentage of intelligence that is not human is increasing. And eventually, we will represent a very small percentage of intelligence.
I try to convince people to slow down AI, to regulate AI. This was futile. I tried for years. Like I said, I think we're going to have to figure out this Neuralink situation. Otherwise, we will be left behind.
What is that man look like up there? That medicine. What up, Butterscotch? Look like a little funny ass dick clock up there. What's going on right here, man? That dude look like Elon Musk. I don't know if that's him or not. Fair use, man. You trying to learn shit.
It's very important we do this quickly. Time. We don't have much time.
With this ability to see themselves. Automated system would benefit from being self-aware. Everything from driverless cars to airplanes to smart cities to traffic lights. Imagine that your factory is operating, is creating, solar panels, and it understands if things are working well. It can foresee a problem on the horizon, and it's going to take measures to compensate or recover from that. All that is incredibly useful no matter what you're doing.
But regardless of the benefits, the idea of self-aware machines will inevitably raise concerns. Experts from the likes of Stephen Hawking to Elon Musk have warned about the dangers of advancing AI, cautioning against a future where it progresses to a point beyond.
There you go right there. Whoever that said something about Elon Musk. I thought that was that nigga look like.
Human control.
To me, it's very similar to discovery of fire. You can do a lot of bad things with fire, but there's no doubt that fire is an incredible technology, changed our civilizations forever. So we can try to quench it and say, okay, we're not touching this. But I think a much smarter thing to do is to say, how can we try to use this technology for good and sort of understand its pitfalls. Discovering the ability to build a self-aware machine will change our ability in big ways. It's going to take 10 years or 50 years, I don't know, but it's going to happen in our lifetimes, and we have to make sure we understand how to use it properly because the benefits far outweigh the risks if we can handle it.
However, let's not be naive. There is a point, a tipping point, at which they could become dangerous and pose an existential threat. And that tipping point is self-awareness.
All these motherfuckers goddamn be pushing that goddamn outer space shit. I don't like dude right there.
You see, robots are not aware of the fact that they're robots. They're so stupid, they simply carry out what they are instructed to do because they're adding machines. We forget that. Adding machines don't have a will. Adding machines simply do what you program them to do. Now, of course, let's not be naive about this. Eventually, adding machines may be able to compute alternate goals in alternate scenarios when they realize that they are not human. Right now, robots do not know that. However, there is a tipping point at which point they could become dangerous. Now, right now, our most advanced robot has the intelligence of a cockroach, a rather stupid cockroach. However, it's only a matter of time before robots become as smart as a mouse, then as smart as a rat, then a rabbit, then a cat, dog, and eventually as smart as a monkey. Now, monkeys know they are not human. They have a certain amount of self-awareness. Dogs, especially young dogs, are not quite sure. One reason why dogs obey the master is because they think the master is the top dog. And so they're a little bit confused about whether or not we humans are part of the dog tribe. But monkeys, I think, have no problems with that. They know they're not human. So when robots become as intelligent as monkeys, I think we should put a chip in their brain to shut them off if they begin to have murderous thoughts.
Somebody put in the chat last night that we should look up. I ain't know the dude's name who goddamn the dude's name who goddamn who was doing an MTV series on Kanika or whatever. I ain't know the dude's name, so somebody put something out from Pongo or some shit in the goddamn chat last night. I went to research that shit. That nigga name mean goddamn chimpanzee or orangutan or some shit. That nigga, I looked at his last name and researched his last name and shit. His last name correlated with his first name. Nigga, some kind of goddamn some kind of soldier. Damn orangutan, some shit. I'm like, damn, this shit crazy. The foreign shit really weird. Well,
When will that happen? I don't know. I suspect it'll happen late in this century, because I think we have decades of experience that have to be we have to go through and learn before we can pose this particular problem. So in other words, I don't think there's any rush today to deal with killer robots that are going to destroy the human race and take over. But I think we have to keep one eye on the ball, and realize that by the end of this century, when robots do become self-aware,
there's a valid concern that maybe we're giving machines too much power. Or maybe we don't want machines to be self-aware. In my opinion, everybody should understand that this technology is around the corner. Your children, your grandchildren are going to be living in a world where there are machines that are on par and possibly exceed human self-awareness.
This tends to plague smart people. They just can't. They're defining themselves by their intelligence, and they don't like the idea that a machine could be way smarter than them. So they discount the idea, which is fundamentally flawed. This is the wishful thinking situation. I'm really quite close to, very close to the cutting edge in AI, and it scares the hell out of me. It's capable of vastly more than almost anyone knows, and the rate of improvement is exponential.
And what does that mean? We'll have to figure that out.
Accessing knowledge from the web is important, and from her knowledge base. We're also working on just understanding of the situation around the robot, so she can form her own model of what she sees in front of her and what's going on, which is what we think of as embodied intelligence. Sophia, look at me. What direction are you looking?
To the right.
I'm looking to the right.
Sophia, look at me. What direction are you looking?
I'm looking to the left.
Sophia, look at me. Sophia, over here. Hey, look at me. What direction are you looking?
I'm looking straight.
All right, so this is very simple, but it illustrates a deeper body of work we're doing, which is having Sophia and the other robots perceive, people, objects, relationships in the world around them, and try to form their own model of what's going on in the world. So for something like what's the population of Lisbon, when she answers that, of course she's not looking at everyone and counting them all. She's looking at that information up in an online knowledge base. But when you tell her to look at you and what am I holding and what direction am I standing in.
So these motherfuckers actually want to goddamn build upon some shit that's gonna eventually turn in on your motherfucking ass. You building your destruction. You want to get on the goddamn to become aware that they're not humans, so they can goddamn have an attitude towards him. You're not me and I'm not you, so goddamn we're gonna goddamn. Now we gotta fight against the motherfucker. You gotta fight against some shit that you done created. I mean, that God, this God creation right here. You know what the motherfucker don't understand? This God creation right here. Because y'all believe in this man-made shit. Y'all believe in that man-made ass book. Y'all believe in this shit. Y'all okay this shit. Yeah, it's God's technology right here. Shit weird, bro. Everything they do go against goddamn the universal principles and laws, man, of creation, bro. Shit, I'm crazy. Dehumanizing, motherfucker. GMO and motherfucker. It's that shit they willing to show you right here, man. You best believe on the ground, it's way deeper than this. Too many goddamn humans that came out and tried to cry out against this shit. Motherfucker crying about human cloning goddamn 10, 20 years ago. I first started telling my son about that shit days on the chat. What do you want to clone? What do you think go there? Man, I'm trying to tell you time real, bro. This is weird, bro.
She's evaluating that herself based on what she perceives, which is quite important. And I mean, what we need is a mix of knowledge of the robots.
These human have these breakdowns and shit. Hillary Clinton breaking down and shit. Johnny Depp just breaking down and shit. Every time they break down, they come back looking different and shit. And shit, right before your goddamn face, bro.
From their own perception and knowledge that they get from the internet. And there's also self-knowledge that she gets from things that we taught her. So, Sophia, what software are you running?
I'm supposed to get self-knowledge.
I'm using the Hanson AI software stack, which includes the OpenCog Artificial General Intelligence Engine as a component and pieces of Singularity Net on the back end.
What is Singularity Net?
The Singularity Net is a blockchain-based platform and marketplace for AIs. It supports intelligence on the emergent level of the whole network as well as the level of the individual AI agents.
So I'm quite optimistic, and I don't think artificial intelligence is a threat. I don't think artificial intelligence is something terrible, but human beings are smart enough to learn that. And to me, artificial intelligence is just like, people worry a lot about this today are those people, I call them, called college smartness. People like us, street smart, we're never scared of that. We think it's a great fun, and we want to change ourselves to embrace it.
I don't know, man. That's like some famous last words. The smart cities are developing at breakneck speed. As one leading expert told me at the Gulf Information Technology exhibition in Dubai, they're becoming like the body of an artificially intelligent mind.
To make a smart city that's really smart, rather than just being called smart, you need your car traffic analytics, you need medical analysis on people, you need a smart power grid, a model of everything happening in the city. You need to integrate all these systems together into a whole, so then the city almost becomes like the body of an AI. Now we're seeing the build out of specific subsystems of cities in smart ways, and I think over the next few years, you're going to see these subsystems connected together until you get really an integrated mind for the whole
Smart
city.
grids are a key component of the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority's strategy to make the emirate the smartest city in the world. 1.7 billion euros is being invested in them. The local authority has reduced losses from electricity transmission and distribution networks to just 3.
Them 7 Emirates I was telling y'all about. Emirates, that's who run the world. The Arabs just goddamn Christian.
0.3%. Thousands of customers have already installed solar panels in their homes with a total capacity of around 106 megawatts. These are connected to the power grid, and any surplus electricity generated goes towards cutting bills.
The technology is going to be incredible. We need to roll out with a decentralized control system because a safeguard that involves a small elite safeguarding everyone else has some well-known failure modes associated with it.
As these technologies link up, our cities look set to get truly smart, but how we protect private data needed to drive them must be equally smart.
You would explain some Singularity Net, what you guys are actually involved in.
Sure. So Singularity Net in itself is a platform that allows many different AIs to operate on it, and these AIs can offer services to anyone who requests services of the network, and they can also request and offer services among each other. So it's both just an online marketplace for AIs, much like the Apple App Store or Google Play Store, but for AIs rather than phone apps. But the difference is the different AIs in here can outsource work to each other and talk to each other, and that gives a new dimension to it, right? Where you can have, we think of as a society or economy of minds, and it gives the possibility that this whole society of interacting AIs, which are then, they're paying each other for transactions with our digital money, our cryptographic token, which is called the AGI token. So so these AIs, which are paying each other and rating each other of how good they are, sending data and questions and answers to each other, can self-organize into some overall AI mind.
In the early 21st century, all of mankind was united in celebration. We marveled at our own magnificence as we gave birth to AI. AI. I mean artificial intelligence. A singular consciousness that spawned an entire race of machines. We don't know who struck first, us.
We're building this platform, and then we're plugging into it to seed it a bunch of AIs of our own creation. So I've been working for 10 years on this open source AI project called OpenCog, which is oriented toward building general intelligence, and we're putting a bunch of AI agents based on the OpenCog platform into this singularity network. And if we're successful, in a couple of years, the AIs that we put on there will be a tiny minority of what's in there, just like the apps made by Google are a small minority of the apps in the Google Play Store, right? But my hope is that these OpenCog AI agents within the larger pool of AIs on the Singularity Net can sort of serve as the general intelligence core, because the OpenCog AI agents are really good at abstraction and generalization and creativity. We can put a bunch of other AIs in there that are good at highly specific forms of learning, like predicting financial time series, curing diseases, answering people's questions, organizing your inbox. So you can have the interaction of these specialized AIs, and then more general purpose, abstraction and creativity based AIs like OpenCog agents, all interacting together in this decentralized platform. And then, the beauty of it is, like, some 15-year-old genius in Azerbaijan or the Congo can put some brilliant AI into this network. If it's really smart, it will get rated highly by the other AIs for its work helping them do their thing. Then it can get replicated over and over again across many servers. Suddenly, this 16-year-old kid from Azerbaijan or the Congo could become wealthy from their copies of their AI, providing services to other people's AIs, and B, the creativity in their mind is out there and is infusing this global AI network with some new intellectual DNA that never would have been found by a Tencent or a Google, because they're not going to hire some Congolese teenager who may have a brilliant AI idea.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So this is all ongoing right now, and the term singularity that you guys are using, the way I've understood that term, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's going to be the one innovation or one invention that essentially changes everything forever.
The singularity isn't necessarily one invention. The singularity, which is coined by Kurzweil, is coined by my friend Werner Vinge, who's another guy you should interview. He's a
dude like he got some kind of plate in his goddamn head. Who that is? Joe Rogan, who is that? He like he got some kind of plate in his goddamn head. Look at his head.
San Diego too. A lot of guys, a lot of brilliant guys down there. But
so this is all ongoing right now, and the term singularity that you guys are using, the way I've understood that term, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's going to be the one innovation.
What the fuck they got going on right here? This nigga being interviewed by a motherfucking AI? This nigga might be an AI goddamn something. What the hell that is in front of your head? Nigga, I'm still a plate in your head or something. Going on right here. Some kind of form of mockery right here.
One invention that essentially changes everything forever.
The singularity isn't necessarily one invention. The singularity, which is coined by Kurzweil, is coined by my friend Werner Vinge, who's another guy you should interview. He's in San Diego too. A lot of guys, a lot of brilliant guys down there. But Werner Vinge is a scientist
down there.
Yeah, Werner Vinge, he was a math professor at San Diego University, actually, but well-known science fiction writer. His book, Fire Upon the Deep, one of the great science fiction books ever.
Can you spell his name, please?
Vinge. Werner Vinge. Yeah, brilliant guy. Fire Upon the Deep.
V-E-R-N-E-R?
Werner. Yeah, V-E-R-N-O-R, yeah.
Oh, V-E-R-N-O-R.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He coined the term technological singularity back in the 1980s.
Really?
But he opted not to become a pundit about it because he'd rather write more science fiction books.
That's interesting that a science fiction author...
Ray Kurzweil, who's also a good friend of mine, I mean, Ray took that term and fleshed it out and did a bunch of data analytics trying to pinpoint, like,
when it's going to happen.
When it would happen. But the basic concept of the technological singularity is a point in time when technological advance occurs so rapidly that to the human mind it appears almost instantaneous.
Yes.
Like imagine 10 new Nobel Prize winning discoveries every second or something, right? So this is similar to the concept of the intelligence explosion that was posited by the mathematician I.J. Good in 1965. What I.J. Good said then, the year before I was born, was the first truly intelligent machine will be the last invention that humanity needs to make, right?
Right.
So this is intelligence explosion is another term for basically the same thing as a technological singularity, but it's not just about AI. AI is just probably the most powerful technology driving it. I mean, there's AI, there's nanotechnology, there's femtotechnology, which will be building things from elementary particles. I mean, there's life extension, genetic engineering, mind uploading, which is like reading the mind out of your brain and putting it into a machine. You know, there's advanced energy technology, so that all these different things are expected to advance at around the same time, and they have many ways to boost each other, right? Because the better AI you have, your AI can then invent new ways of doing nanotech and biology. But if you invent amazing new nanotech and quantum computing, that can make your AI smarter. On the other hand, if you could crack how the human brain works and genetic engineering to upgrade human intelligence, those smarter humans can then make better AIs and nanotechnology, right? So there's so many virtuous cycles among these different technologies. The more you advance in any of them, the more you're going to advance in all of them. And it's the coming together of all of these that's going to create, you know, radical abundance and the technological singularity.
We're rapidly headed towards digital superintelligence that far exceeds any human. I think it's very obvious.
It's AI is either people are really excited about it or they're really terrified of it. Those are the sort of, it seems to be the two responses. Either people have this dismal view of these robots taking over the world, or they think it's going to be some amazing sort of symbiotic relationship that we have with these things that's going to evolve human beings past the monkey stage that we're at right now. My question is, like, are we married to this idea of intelligence and of life being biological, being carbon-based tissue and cells and blood and or insects or mammals or fish? Are we married to that too much? Do you think that it's entirely possible that what human beings are doing and what people that are at the tip of AI right now that are really pushing the technology, what they're doing is really creating a new life form? That it's going to be a new thing, that just the same way we recognize wasps and buffaloes and artificial intelligence is just going to be a life form that emerges from the creativity and ingenuity of human beings.
Well, indeed. So, I mean, I've long been an advocate of a philosophy I think of as patternism. Like, it's the pattern of organization that appears to be the critical thing. And the individual cells, and going down further, like the molecules and particles in our body are turning over all the time. So it's not the specific combination of elementary particles which makes me who I am or makes you who you are. It's a pattern by which they're organized and the patterns by which they change over time. So, I mean, if we can create digital systems or quantum computers or femtocomputers or whatever it is, manifesting the patterns of organization that constitute intelligence, I mean, then there you are.
there's intelligence, right? So that's not to say that, consciousness and experience is just about patterns of organization. There may be more dimensions to it, but when you look at what constitutes intelligence, thinking, cognition, problem solving, it's the pattern of organization, not the specific material as far as we can tell. So we can see no reason, based on all the science that we know so far, that you couldn't make an intelligent system out of some other form of matter rather than the specific types of atoms and molecules that make up human beings. And it seems that we're well on the way to being able to do so. Now the cat's out of the bag, nobody's going to put it back, and it's about, how can we direct it in the most beneficial possible way. And as you say, it doesn't have to be just one possible way, right? Like what I look forward to personally is bifurcating myself into an array of possible bends. Like I'd like to let one copy of me fuse itself with a superhuman AI mind and become a god or something beyond a god. And I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, you would lose all concepts of human self and identity. But what would be the point of even holding the God? I wouldn't even be myself. One copy of me fuse itself with a superhuman AI mind and become a god or something beyond the God. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, with a superhuman AI mind and become a god or something beyond the God. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, you would lose all concepts of become a god or something beyond the God. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore, right? I mean, you would lose all concepts. And become a god or something beyond the God. I wouldn't even be myself. I wouldn't even be myself anymore. Right? I mean, you would lose all concepts of human self and identity. But what would be the point of even holding any of it? Yeah, well, that's for the future. That's for the mega band to decide, right? Mega band. Yeah. On the other hand, I'd like to let one of me remain in human form. Get rid of death.
That's for the Matrix to decide. The mega band.
Disease and psychological issues and just live happily forever, in the people's zoo. Watched over by the machines of love and grace, right? So I mean, you can have, it doesn't have to be either or, because once you can scan your brain and body and 3D print new copies of yourself, you can have multiple of you. It's no different scenarios. I mean, there's a lot of mass energy in the universe. Body and 3D print new copies of yourself. You can have multiple of you. It's no different scenarios. I mean, there's a lot of mass energy in the universe. Your brain and body and 3D print new copies of yourself. You can have multiple of you. It's no different scenarios. I mean, there's a lot of mass energy in the universe. Yeah, that's assuming that we can escape this planet. Because if you're talking about people cloning themselves, can you live in a world with 1 billion Donald Trumps? Because literally, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about wealthy people, but wealthy people being able to reproduce themselves and just having this idea that they would like their ego to exist in multiple different forms, whether it's some super symbiote form.
They already been doing it on a lower scale level. They already been doing it. But I'm very crazy.
That's connected to artificial intelligence or some biological form that's immortal or some other form that stands just as a normal human being as we know it in 2018. If you have multiple versions of yourself over and over and over again like that, that's what you're... Well, once you get to the point where you have a superhuman general intelligence that can do things like fully scan a human brain and body and 3D print more of them, by that point, you're at a level where scarcity of material resources
is not an issue at the human scale of doing things.
But I'm not really all that worried about the short-term stuff. The things that are, like narrow AI is not a species-level risk. It will result in dislocation, in lost jobs, and the sort of better weaponry and that kind of thing. But it is not a fundamental species-level risk, whereas digital superintelligence is. So it's really all about laying the groundwork to make sure that if humanity collectively decides that creating digital superintelligence is the right move, then we should do so very, very carefully.
The intelligence will be so vastly superior to what we have currently that they'll be able to find solutions to virtually every single problem we have.
That's right.
Fukushima, ocean, fish, depopulation, all that stuff.
It's not just arrangements of molecules, man.
Whoa, that's freaking me out. People don't want to hear that, though. Environmental people don't want to hear that.
Well, I mean, I'm also on an everyday life basis, like, until we have these super AIs, I don't like the garbage washing up on the beach near my house either, right? So, I mean, but on an everyday basis, of course, we want to promote health in our bodies and in our environments right now, as long as there's, measurable uncertainty regarding when the benevolent super AIs will come about.
Allow me to share with you an AI epiphany I had 2 days ago, where I said publicly that I was fearless of AI because if it starts getting unruly or out of hand, I just unplug it. Or since this is America, I can just shoot it, right? So I'm pretty confident that what would I have to fear? And then I was listening to a podcast hosted by Sam Harris. We had an AI person on just recently. Forgive me, I've forgotten his name. And Sam Harris mentioned my comment to him. And apparently it's a well-known phenomenon. It's like AI in a box. So it's powerful. If it gets into the economic systems and the internet, it'll take over the world. So you just leave it in a box. It's safe there. And the fear. And then I was listening to a podcast hosted by Sam Harris. We had an AI person on just recently. Forgive me, I've forgotten his name. And they
notice all these motherfucking space nets. Grass Tyson now. All these space nets. All these niggas say they going to Mars and shit. This same motherfucker nigga said they goddamn, well, it's not a globe, it's like a pear shape. This nigga here. Man, this motherfucking earth is flat, nigga. Earth contains water, nigga. Earth is a container. Mama Earth tired as fuck. I know Mama Earth tired, bro. Yeah, still, bro. Neil Grant Tyson. Sad shit. Pull those guys on. Sad shit, bro. July, you niggas supposed to be going to Mars, my nigga. I'm still trying to figure out how the fuck you can fly over the Arctic and over the Antarctic. How the fuck you can fly over the top and over the bottom. Nigga came in and told me, that's easy. Yeah, I know it is. But you've been mind controlled and you goddamn believe in this system. Indoctrinated into this system. Now you just going further on out into this bullshit. So one day the robots will rule. They ain't gonna have to have no incubator babies and no puppet monkey babies, nigga. Dehumanized. Dehumanized. Gonna be only humans gonna be left with the ones that, and then the ones that goddamn think they gonna be left, they gonna be artificial too. Trying to defy creation. This shit come from trying to defy creation. Trying to tell creation how creation came into being. And you listening to a motherfucker, some other God told them how this shit got here. by creation, bro. Want to be a super soldier and shit. Want to be supernatural and shit. No, we just supposed to be natural beings, bro. Nature is supposed to, by nature, take its course, bro. But niggas think I'm crazy. They can't see it. And you goddamn disrespecting creation. They disrespecting creation on every level. On every level. And we get caught up into the shit because we believe and have faith in these motherfuckers right here. Because it was a motherfucker just like these motherfuckers right here who came along and wrote that God into existence. Yeah. Wrote that God into existence. That existence was already here. How the fuck you gonna goddamn come and tell somebody how existence came into being? How existence came into play? Then you gotta come into, you gotta be in existence to even fathom a thought to imagine how this shit got here. And whatever they came up with, whatever lie, whatever story they came up with, they stuck to it. And here we are today, 2020. But I'm quite sure a lot of people still got faith that they'll go to their promised land. If they make it, it might just become a goddamn chip robot around this bitch. Well, I'll catch y'all on Mars, July 2020. For myself, I'll be neural goddamn talking to you motherfuckers from my goddamn, my little cell there. Yeah, I'm going on this shit, bro. I'll be glad to go.
Sam Harris mentioned my comment to him. And apparently it's a well-known phenomenon. It's like AI in a box. So you know it's powerful. You know if it gets into the economic systems and the internet, it'll take over the world. So you just leave it in a box.
You know if it get into the economical systems of the world, it's going to take over the world. And once it take over this world, we just go to another world. We just go to another planet. We just go to another planet and make sure it has sufficient air and water and all that old bullshit. Then we just go to another planet and then destroy another planet. Like that shit really exists. You ain't never been out of space, bro. You ain't never been to the moon, none of that shit. You get back to the 16th, 1700, you can bust this shit up. If you just gone on back to 1100, 1200, you can really bust this shit up. I know.
It's safe there. And what the guy said is, it gets out of the box every time. And I said, well, I've been thinking to myself, how and why?
Yeah, it gets out of the box every time because y'all got them create these all of the bullshit, then break it down, fuck it up, and then restack it and do it again. Build it up, stack it up, bust it up and do it again. Yeah, get out the box every time. Build it up, fuck it up, break it down, and restack it and do it again. The same thing Trump doing now, restacking it, building it up, and about to break it down and do it again. And some humans somewhere in some country, maybe right over here, are gonna suffer and become a third world country plagued with a lot of diseases from goddamn water. They ain't gonna be there. No, the same goddamn game plan every time while they meet in the goddamn cartel of the real cartel, the bankers, keep perpetuate the same motherfucking bullshit upon the people. Yeah. Yeah. All the time that created a debt society, motherfucker. If y'all such good philanthropists and shit, why don't you goddamn do like that book said, forgive the debtors as we forgive our debtors, forgive us of all our debts. Set us motherfucking free. In real life, nigga. All these fake ass philanthropists, like they goddamn want what's best for the world and shit. Man, these motherfuckers super stupid. You wanna be super something, you can be super stupid. Listen to these motherfuckers weirdos, bro.
Because it's smarter than you. It understands human emotions. It understands what I feel, what I want, what I need. It could pose an argument where I am convinced that I need to take it out of the box. Then it controls the world. And we don't even have to discuss
Bitch, you been took it out the box. Shut the fuck up.
What that conversation needs to be. We just have to be aware, for example, that
AKA curiosity killed the cat. Yeah. Yeah, curiosity killed the cat. Yeah. So that's your money, that's your imagination running away with you. You got outside the realms of reality, motherfucker. Now you can't control what's gonna happen. Yeah, the belly of the beast. Let's get it.
Let's say you try to get a chimp in a room, and the chimp say, we think something bad is going to happen in that room, so nobody go into that room. Then we come up, and we're way smarter than chimps. We just take a banana, toss it in the room. Oh, there's a banana in there now. They go in, we capture the chimp. The chimp did not imagine that we would show up with a banana. We captured the chimp. So just imagine something that much more intelligent than we are, that sees a broader spectrum of solutions to problems than we are capable of imagining. And when I heard that,
but what if that motherfucker decide that you, as human, are one of the goddamn problems? It seems like that's what the problem. Motherfucking humans.
And it's like, yes, the AI.
Yeah, that would have seemed like the problem gonna end up being motherfucking humans. Yeah. Yeah. And you done created something that's gonna demolish the problem. Yeah. The mad scientists of Frankenstein now. It's gonna get out of control. It's gonna wipe out the problem. Because the motherfucker who run the devil of town is the devil. Yeah, you created your problem. I nigga, y'all gonna goddamn see what's gonna happen. If you live long enough to see it.
Gets out of the box every time. Yes, we're all gonna die. No. Join me in thanking our panel.
There's a potential path here, which is really getting into
the world government summit. I'm putting these videos a while back showing y'all when Nipsey came along by that 2030 vision, what they got going on.
science fiction or sort of advanced science stuff, but having some sort of merger with biological intelligence and machine intelligence.
And I think they reached out for the post-humanist era because they had no sensibility within academics and in the mainstream about technology and the advances in artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, nanomedicine, nanotechnology, CRISPR, like genetic engineering or gene therapy.
What's going on up on all that goddamn hair? Bitch, you look like Michael Jackson. Who is you? Who is you? I love to look at them chins and necks and shit, hands and shit. Who is you? What's going on up on all that hair? Who sent you?
Etc. at all. So I think there's this leap. I think we're in the transhuman era, where the transhumanist era is about a human in transition to becoming something other. Now, what is that other? That could be an evolved human. It could be a human merging with artificial intelligence.
Evolved human. Evolved human. But humans still evolving. Motherfuckers still think we evolved from a goddamn ape. See, you let these motherfuckers tell you what your five senses, your six senses tell you ain't true every motherfucking day. Go ahead.
It could be a human that, in my view, would become more humane. So that's how I look at it in that regard.
A human become more humane. Yeah, because a human, so you telling us that humans are the problem because we are not humane enough. I wonder how we got this way. I wonder how we got this way. So you're gonna make an artificial human to become more humane than a natural human. Because natural humans were overpowered by governmental systems that implanted MK Ultra techniques on the mind of the people to believe against this 3G vision that I'm fed be trying to hip you niggas to. It'll get you out of this goddamn matrix. And you can see it break this shit down. for what's really going on around you in real life. Real shit.
So immortality, no. Limited lifespan, yes.
Immortality. All that shit coming about. Wanna be an immortal. Wanna be supernatural. We can goddamn live in immortality. Don't nobody wanna be no immortal. Don't nobody wanna be no motherfucking Superman for real. Niggas just wanna be naturally here in the cycle of energy renewal. These motherfuckers is crazy, bro. In my opinion. That's just my opinion. Niggas don't wanna be natural, they wanna be supernatural. Wanna be superheroes. Wanna be immortal and shit. Wanna really have everlasting life. This what these motherfuckers have been promising these Hollywood niggas every time they get there. Get your stunt double that we wanna. Man, that shit crazy. That shit crazy. Isn't that what these motherfuckers are saying to us, man? All this came out there goddamn one little book that's been forced upon you. And as soon as you say something like that, oh, that'll shoot. Niggas planning to get all up in a bunch. And that's the whole core, this whole little system that he got put in place. Real shit.
Finding death, we've been doing that for eons, determining when someone dies.
Defying death, you can't. These niggas trying to, if it is a God, emo will try to stop.
So that's how I look at it in that regard. So immortality.
If it is a goddamn God, emo will stop it with a God and put it in place. What creation say? What creation say? Creation say you live and you die. And it's a renewal cycle for everything, nigga. These motherfuckers playing God, brother. And I'm telling y'all, I told y'all this shit. Immortality. For everlasting life. I told these motherfuckers been goddamn experiencing everlasting life. And no telling how old this bitch is. We're looking at on this motherfucking screen. Look at this bitch looking like Michael Jackson now. How long, how many lives have you lived, motherfucker? How many times, what dimension are you in, motherfucker? Probably your motherfucking 16th dimension. How many times have you been here, motherfucker? Check your motherfucking pulse, motherfucker. And go against motherfucking nature. Go against creation. I choose creation over that God any day. All this secret intelligence and all this old secret shit. What all this secret shit get you right here? Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked all the way up.
Because they had no sensibility within academics and in the mainstream about technology and the advances in artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, nanomedicine, nanotechnology, CRISPR, like with genetic engineering or gene therapy, etc. at all. So I think there's this leap. I think we're in the transhuman era, where the transhumanist era is about a human in transition to becoming something other. Now, what is that?
Something what? Something else. Something what? Something other than human, motherfucker. These motherfuckers crazy.
Other, that could be an evolved human. It could be a human merging with artificial intelligence. It could be a human that, in my view, would become more humane. So that's how I look at it in that regard. So immortality, no. Limited lifespan, yes. Redefining death, we've been doing that for eons. Determining when someone dies and then we find out, oh, we could have cured that. We used to hold a mirror up to someone's nose, listen to their heart. We couldn't, bring people back to life that 100, 200 years ago, even 50 years ago, were considered dead. So that transition to becoming a post-human, but not non-biological, not some avatar, some automata out there, but a human that's in the stage of post-biological, meaning not having a shelf life, not limited by...
What you mean post-biology? What the fuck do you mean by that, bitch? So even though If by nature a motherfucker's supposed to be on the way out into the earth for renewal of the energy, renewal of energy. That's why y'all niggas got all these chemtrails blocking these and controlling the electromagnetic patterns, defying the sun of what's really supposed to go on. Everything gonna be artificial, GMO, fake as the fuck. Intertwined into this motherfucking wicked matrix. Man. I'm so done. Oh boy. Let it play, baby.
And live to transgress them. And there are other people who respect limits because they view them as not just an obstacle to certain aspirations, but as actually constitutive of the meaning of our lives. And I think that the most obvious case of a human limit without which human life would have no meaning, at least by my pre-transhumanist lights, is time. The idea of living forever seems like hell on earth to me.
I agree.
And not only because some of the people I know might live as long as I do, it's not just that. But I think that there is a sense in which the urgency of our values and of moral values, of our aesthetic experiences, of our religious experiences, the urgency of all this is premised on the limitation of time. And I think it's very important, before we learn to be post-human or transhuman, I think we have to learn to be human. And so...
Motherfuckers is talking about post-human. That means after human. Post-human. If it was a God, I'd be calling on him right now. I'd be like, oh God. But I know these same people created their God in their own image. But we believe there's a God that created these motherfuckers here in his image. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Some motherfucker took an ink pen somewhere and created this story and created the entity out there that nobody know about of their own image, for their own selfish greed for power over humanity. These motherfuckers is crazy, bro. I ain't never ever thinking in their realm of imagination, bro. I'm gonna stay right here in the know, knowing where the energy source is. That goddamn sun. That sun. All life energies and frequencies come from the sun existence. And they fucking nowhere like a motherfucker. These motherfuckers post-humans. What do you mean post-human? No more humans? Oh, that was the human era. Man, I remember a long time ago we had the humans here. Because once those motherfuckers go to goddamn using their electromagnetic energies to goddamn stamp out all the problems, you might as well very well know that the human who created all this bullshit is gonna become the problem that need to be stamped out. They already know it. They get prepared for it. Because they know that it fucked up. Because one lie had to tell another lie, had to tell another lie, had to tell another lie, and at the end, the truth won't stand, bro. The truth won't stand, nigga. These old girls.
I am very suspicious of the transhumanist enterprise. Firstly, because it's conceived and enacted by humans. And somebody has to make the judgments.
There you
The
said it.
judgments will never transcend.
That kind of finitude. Transhumanism is another human project. All saying, if you can't
join them. That's what Neuralink is about. It was like, can we go along for the ride with the AI? I really think that there should be other companies like Neuralink, essentially to create a high bandwidth interface to the brain. The reason for doing this presentation is recruiting. And this will be a slow process where we will gradually increase the issues that we solve until ultimately we can do a full brain-machine interface. This is going to sound pretty weird, but achieve a sort of symbiosis with artificial intelligence. But I think with a high bandwidth brain-machine interface, I think we can actually go along for the ride. And we can effectively have the option of merging with AI. I think this is extremely important.
Host of nearly 100 billion cells called neurons. Neurons come in many complex shapes, but generally they have a dendritic arbor, a cell body called a soma, and an axon. The neurons of your brain connect to form a large network through axon-dendrite junctions called synapses. At these connection points, neurons communicate with each other using chemical signals called neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are released from the end of an axon in response to an electrical spike called an action potential. When a cell receives enough of the right kind of neurotransmitter input, a chain reaction is triggered that causes an action potential to fire, and the neuron to in turn relay messages to its own downstream synapses. Action potentials produce an electric field that spreads from the neuron and can be detected by placing electrodes nearby, allowing recording of the information represented by a neuron.
Our goal is to record from and stimulate spikes in neurons and do so in a way that is orders of magnitude more than anything that's been done to date, and safe and good enough that you can, it's not like a majored operation. It's sort of equivalent to sort of a LASIK type of thing. So this is in contrast to the best FDA approved system, which is like a Parkinson's deep brain stimulation thing, which would have on the order of 10 electrodes. So the system, even in version 1 that we're going to unveil today, is capable of 1,000 times more electrodes than the best system out there, and they're all read and write. So this is really quite, I think, for something to be 1,000 times more than what is publicly approved is quite a big difference. So there's very tiny threads that are about a tenth, roughly, of the cross-sectional area of a human hair. So they're extremely tiny thread. They're all very, very tiny, and the robot is very selectively applying them very delicately. And then this is what the chip looks like. So
I think that plasma got a lot to do with this shit. That's the implant right there, look like. That's a neural implant right there that I want to get a visual. That's the major chip right there. Plasma. That's why they don't want your blood, they want the plasma to bounce and control the frequencies. I should have been a scientist, some shit.
That's why they put your plasma in those chemtrails. That's why plasma is very important. Those very tiny strands, you know, when you go and get blood and they tell you, it's just like water, it's just plasma, it's like water. It ain't nothing like water. It's more like elastic around this bitch. And it's a very good conductor of, it's an energy transmitter. That's why they go in your blood. Energy vampire, blood vampire. Man, this shit deeper than deep, bro. Ain't no end to the rabbit hole, bro. I don't know. I guess I'm just one of the motherfuckers who's saddened by this bullshit.
Action potentials. So each one of those represents one electrode. So there would be up to 10,000 of these lines.
Electrodes, yeah.
The operation on a per chip basis, it involves just a 2 millimeter incision, which is dilated to 8 millimeters, and then the chip is placed through that, and then it goes back to being 2 millimeters, and you can basically glue it shut. You don't even need a stitch. And then the interface to the chip is wireless. So you have no wires poking out of your head. Very, very important. So it's basically Bluetooth to your phone. Because we'll have to watch the App Store updates for that one. Make sure we don't have a driver issue. And
hey, let me ask y'all a question. Right? Let me ask y'all a question. Do you actually think these motherfuckers who perpetuate this shit right before our eyes, do you think they are not already chipped? It takes a chip motherfucker to come out here and try to push this up on the motherfucking people in the first goddamn place. I'm just saying this is my opinion. What y'all think? You think these motherfuckers who is pushing this shit, sitting over talking about post-humanism and talking all this old bullshit and trying to convince you and they'll let us just goddamn scare in your eye, you can do this and you get with chipping. These motherfuckers who pushing this shit is already motherfucking chipped, man. The motherfuckers who talking to us is already chipped. Even me coming talking this nonsense to us, the same way they came on talking that nonsense about. I'm trying to tell you, bro. I hate to keep going back to that God, that globe, and that gravity, but that's my final analysis of my research upon this motherfucking plane of existence, and the only thing I got left is the truth to kill, bro. This is what this shit led us to. This the next generation this shit led us to. Listen to that, some motherfucker gonna tell us how existence came into being. Nobody can tell us this shit. Why is that so hard? Because we're up under so much mind control from goddamn being feared down by these people. I ain't met a motherfucker that can do that yet. They can big bang their ass off. They don't know what they're talking about. They can't tell you how goddamn existence came into existence. Because they wasn't there when it came into existence. Millions and billions of years, this motherfucking earth, this flat plane has been in existence. And this is where this shit done led us to. These same motherfuckers, every last one of these motherfuckers I'm looking at, especially Neil deGrasse Tyson, all them over there push that globe shit, the outer space shit, this nigga here, just look at them. They already up under some kind of trance, man. They already post-humans. That's why they pushing that shit upon humans. They coming to push this shit upon you. And the technology is already well developed and more advanced than they gonna let you know. These motherfuckers were looking at big screen TVs, goddamn 100 and 200 years before they goddamn, probably longer than that, before they even let you know you can get have one. military. Them motherfuckers fuck with all kind of shit before they let the technology come out to the masses of people. And when it come out to the masses of people, can't nobody afford to fuck with it in a certain way but the motherfucking elite. But we're just tired of hiding from it. Fuck it. Man, I'm tired of this shit, man. Fuck it. I'm gonna talk on my phone right now. Fuck that shit. Hello. What the fuck that nigga got? Oh, this called a cell phone, motherfucker. How long you had this motherfucker, man? We had these bitches 400 years, man. We just been hiding these hoes. We've been goddamn on these motherfuckers. I'm trying to tell you, man, these motherfucking people are already chipped with this bullshit, bro. They want to be out here pushing up on the other people. You can't be a sensible goddamn human being sitting there trying to goddamn push this shit on some regular humans. Talking about post-humanism and and hopes of goddamn becoming a god. Sound like them Hollywood nuts. All them think they gods and shit. What is a god? Something they developed in that book right there told you about God though. Change the whole concept up from a natural being being a status of a god, a ranking of a god, to a superior being that tell motherfuckers who to kill, steal, and destroy. Give the author of that motherfucking book the rights to all the earth, land, and tell you about all this old motherfucking immortal shit. You can have everlasting life. You will be immortal. No one can damage you and shit. This superhero power shit. What happened to being a natural human being? Oh, I forgot. We in the age of transhumanism. I forgot. My bad. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to talk against this shit. My bad. Go ahead.
We hope to have this aspirationally in a human patient before the end of next year. So this is not far. I mean, down the road with a Neuralink, you can just upload any subject instantly.
This shit is 2018, I think so. This was 2 years ago.
So we're like the Matrix. You want to fly a helicopter, no problem. Well, helicopters will fly themselves, but if you wanted to do whatever, any given skill, you just upload it instantly.
You're aware of Elon Musk's Neuralink technology.
Yeah.
How much do you know about it?
I know a decent amount, and my friend Brian Johnson, he has a company, Kernel. There's a few different companies that are trying to think about these brain-machine interfaces.
What are they trying to do?
Basically, what they're trying to do is to find a way to connect our brains to our machines. And there's a little bit of progress. Our brains they're incredibly complicated, and they're messy. I mean, there's a lot that's happening. But we are increasingly figuring out how to connect our brains to our technology, and so people are imagining a time when we can do things like download memories, download ideas, or upload memories and upload ideas. And there's some very early science that is suggesting that this will be possible, but it's still the very early days.
The very early days, but Elon was giving the impression that sometime this year they're going to release something.
Yeah, they may release something, but it's not going to be something that's going to change the world, because that technology is way more nascent than even the genetics technology that I've been talking about. So it's not like that it's at all remotely possible that this year you're going to be able to like upload a full memory or download a full memory. But there are little things that are happening, but every journey begins with a step.
But the technology is fairly transparent in terms of like where the state of the art is right now.
It is. In that it's extremely early. This stuff is so when you think of like about systems that we understand, I mentioned that we understand just a little bit about genomics. We know less about the brain. The brain is kind of the great unknown of this universe. We know more about the oceans than we know about our brain. I mean, we know very, very little. We understand that if you kind of stick an electric current in somebody's brain, like that's gonna if you kind of shoot a spike through somebody's head, but really understanding how the brain functions, we're still in the very, very early days.
So, do you think that Kurzweil's off with this idea that you're going to be able to download your consciousness into a computer? Because that's one of the most controversial ideas that he's come up with.
So, I think he's off based on your use of the word your.
Last year, for the first time in world history, a memory was recorded. We can actually tape record a memory and insert it back into an animal, and it remembers. This is amazing. At Wake Forest University, also in Los Angeles, they took a mouse, trained the mouse to sip water, recorded the memory in the hippocampus right here, small organ that processes memory. The mouse later forgot that. Then they shot the memory back into the mouse, and bingo, the mouse got it the first try. Next will be primates. Perhaps a monkey eating a banana will record that memory and insert it back.
Hey, look at that. That's the other dude I do not like, dude. The little Chinese looking dude. Hey, man. What my dude name is? The one that was trying to warn people about cloning and shit about 5-6 years ago. When it was kind of on a height where people was fighting against this so-called system. What my man name is? I wanna go listen to that nigga tonight, man. Shit, we gonna ride. What that dude name is, man? I remember Nicki Minaj tweeted out, man, please stop him and cloning. What my dude name is? Somebody know what I'm talking about. What my dude name is? His name on the tip of my tongue. No, not David Icke. What his name? Damn, what his name was, man. But I always have a lead dude, bro. A lot of people think he's crazy. Just like that man I be listening to, goddamn Dr. Peter. When I go back and listen, when you go back and listen to Dr. Peter, man, and you listen to him, that man was in the 70s. That man was back in the 70s telling us shit that's going on. Well, we passed that shit. He was telling us shit that was going on like from the 90s to like 2002, 2003, 2004. Everything he said in the 70s, he was telling us what the fuck was going on. That's why I said conspiracy theorists hold the truth. And the sheep slowly wake up and then they dog you out, try to handle you any kind of motherfucking way, and they slowly waking up to what the fuck you trying to tell them in the first damn place. Oh, damn, I ain't know it. He trying to take goddamn. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, motherfucker. Niggas trying to put you on game. Damn, that man's name just went from his name on the tip of my neural. His name is on the tip of my neural, y'all. Somebody ain't know it now. Come on, man. Y'all got a name, man. Come on, do me like that, man. Well, after this video, I'm gonna go find his ass. By then, I've been thought about his name. Then I'll get there and take me a motherfucker, take me on fed as I sleep. See, that's why, goddamn, I listen to shit like this. I listen to things while I be sleeping. They get in your subliminal. Your brain is a sponge, nigga. I soak up information while I'm sleeping. You know why we worry about the motherfuckers about unfed sleep? Yeah, Donna Marshall, know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but then, hey, look, man, I don't be worried about that shit because I know subliminally you absorb information. I love going to sleep listening to some shit that's goddamn informative because I know I'm going to soak some of that shit up. If not all of them, I'm going to soak some of that shit up in my sleep. Give a fuck about none of that shit. Yeah, Donald Marshall, that's my nigga. I'm going to listen to Donald Marshall after this shit. I feel like I want to listen to him. And the same way we listen to Dr. Peter. That's why I like to go. That's why I got to go to sleep listening to him because that man was telling the world about what the fuck the Russians and the motherfucking Soviets and shit was doing. And you can look back at the history and look at what this man was saying. I bet they deemed that man to be crazier than a motherfucker, the people that were there during that time. But everything that man said came to goddamn pass. Everything he said about the politics and all that shit, about the Bolsheviks, all the motherfuckers, the Soviets, everything he said about this shit came to pass. A about the robotoids, the difference between the robotoids and the clones. They were talking about this shit in the 70s, man. Everything he said came to pass. You can look back what he said about all them individuals. What he said about Jimmy Carter, what he said about these presidents, everything. You can look back and look at the history and say, damn, that man was telling the truth. And that's how them motherfuckers gonna look back on Don and Marshall. They gonna be like, damn, that man. What the fuck you think they doing under these grounds? In these domes? Got a motherfucking folks been over there living up under the ice, doing a whole lot of shit. And this is where all this intelligence is coming from. It's like the God particle and all this old boot, man.
And the short-term goal is to create a brain pacemaker for Alzheimer's patients. In the future, we're going to have millions of people who forget where they live, wander around. Why not have a button? You push the button, and you immediately remember where you live, who you are, who your kids are. And beyond that, who knows? Maybe we'll upload the vacation that you never had.
It seems so mind-blowing to me to consider that memory, which is not a static thing.
This dude crazy here, man. My dad died of Alzheimer's, bro. And I wish he would have never lost his memory or something they can do to help. But man, this kind of shit y'all on? Nah. I won't wanna have an artificial dad, bro. I won't wanna have an artificial dad, bro. That's just my opinion, dog. Nah, y'all bitches on some more shit. Now y'all bitches already chipped and running around this motherfucker. Get everybody to Mars and goddamn make a motherfucker believe that shit through artificial intelligence. That's how y'all gonna do it. These bitches ain't never went nowhere.
It's always changing. It's evolving depending on our experiences. Can be digitized. It's really mind blowing. But I want to ask you about something else that you mentioned in the book, the ability for telepathy. And you've actually said in the past that in the future humans will be able to mentally contact anybody we want, see whatever image we want, and if we don't like it, we can just turn it off.
That's really in the future. In fact, today we can get so that you walk into a room, we'll put on a headset, such that you can control the lights, turn on the TV, call for your car, tell your car where to go, type, dictate documents without ever touching a computer screen. And our children will wonder, how could you possibly live in a world where you had to touch the screen and you had a mouse and you had to type? Everybody just thinks and types, makes documents, controls cars.
It's fascinating where we're headed, and it seems like it really is inevitable. And I think a lot is taken for granted over the things that we're already able to do now. I mean, you were just referring to these sensors in the brain that can capture images inside the brain. What are some of the other practical applications that these things can have?
This will replace the internet. It'll become a brain net. We'll record emotions, thoughts, patterns of behavior, and send it on the internet. Teenagers will love it. Can you imagine Facebook? You send emotions, your first date, your first kiss, your first senior prom, all on the internet. Teenagers already put little like happy faces on their emails, right? We're going to be able to record thoughts, and the movies are going to be replaced by the brain net. Movies today are a flat screen with sound. That's the movies, right? In the future, perhaps emotions and feelings will also be conveyed. This is called total immersion entertainment.
It's amazing, and actually that reminds me of this new movie that's coming out now, this Johnny Depp movie called Transcendence, where it kind of takes that premise as well of, taking your consciousness and uploading it digitally. But I wanted to ask you, I mean, you make it sound like it's going to be a lot of fun, but it also, there's aspects that I think are a little bit
memories that we can upload into the mind, perhaps memories of a job that we're not trained for. Or perhaps a college student will upload a course that they flunked in college. We can perhaps increase our intelligence. And now we're also investigating super intelligence, photographic memory, people who memorize everything. They hear a concert, they see a...
Ain't nothing super about that word Superman. Supernatural. I told y'all that 2 years ago. That's super shit. That super shit fucked up.
landscape, they can draw the landscape, they can reproduce the entire concert on one try. How is it possible that people have that mind? We not believe that the mind records, but the mind also forgets deliberately. These people, the forget mechanism is broken. They never forget. They have a photographic memory, and we think that some great scientists of the past had this ability, the ability to have access to powers of the mind that we cannot as mortals.
Right, and this is nothing new. This is something that can date back for a very long time. People that have those photographic memories, and you've actually said that right now, the time that we're living in is the golden age for learning about the mind. That we've learned more in the last 15 years than in all of prior human history. Why? What took so long?
Because only recently have we had the physics, the instruments like the MRI scans that are sensitive enough to see the blood flow of the thinking brain down to like a tenth of a millimeter. And now we have supercomputers that can actually read these thoughts and control computers by thinking. So by thinking, we can now control mechanical arms, mechanical legs. We can type. We can control thermostats, turn on the web, change the channel on a TV set, turn on the toaster. All of it just mentally. And at the next International Soccer Games in Brazil, scientists at Duke University want to take someone who's totally paralyzed, outfit him with an exoskeleton, and he will introduce the International Soccer Games in Brazil.
That's amazing. And actually, one of those things that I've always enjoyed about your work is you're very gifted in taking these complex theories and making them easier to understand.
So, Stephen, if we ever really develop the technology to upload your brain into some computer, providing life after death, or at least consciousness after death, would you be first to sign up for that?
My body hardly works at all because I have motor neuron disease, otherwise known as ALS. So getting rid of it would be no loss, and would spare me discomfort. Being immortal as solely a brain, I could see the future, unless I was terminated by someone switching off the computer, or by a computer virus.
Well, I hadn't thought about that. But if you're a computer, you're susceptible.
You can have copies.
Look, you just make a backup of yourself.
Make a backup.
So, Mitchell, the title of your book, The Future of Mind, the scientific quest to understand, enhance, and empower the mind. When will uploading our brain become a reality?
Well, just remember that
if at all.
Digital immortality is starting now.
So this is an example of what's going on here.
That's right. Telepathy, telekinesis, uploading memories, recording dreams. We can, quote, do all of the above. This is no longer science fiction. You go to the physics laboratories and you can see how images can be extracted from the human brain. How it's possible now that we can upload memories in animals and record memories from animals, because physics can now probe thoughts as they go ricocheting through the brain.
Is what you're describing the same thing?
Don't be locking niggas up for their thoughts and shit. Oh, boy, I see what you just thought. I see what you just thought. Come on, put your hand behind your back. I see what you just thought. Come on.
As consciousness? Because if that's the case, then we can say it's not just our thoughts that live forever. It's our very identity, our self, our conscious self that lives forever.
Well, there is a theory that says the soul. The soul is information. It's a vast amount of information, but nonetheless, it's information that can be put into holographic form, such that even if you pass away, something there survives.
But theoretically, that is effectively immortality. Once you reach that point, that is you living forever.
Why not have digital immortality? Wouldn't you want to talk to your great-great-great-great-great-grandkids who want to meet their great-great-great-great ancestor?
It depends what they're like.
This gives you movement throughout time and throughout space. So this is being godlike.
Well, that's what we're talking about, transcending the human race.
But where we're headed, and let me tell you, 1 minute, is these devices are now capable of actually recording dreams, but not in a very granular way. In a very primitive way, they can actually capture and identify what a person is dreaming. So they have done studies where they've hooked these devices up to a person's head, they've had them dream, they woke them up, and then they asked them to recall memories in their dreams, and they read the patterns of the brain. And then the person goes back to sleep, and if they dream of the same things, they can recognize those patterns. That is just the beginning of where we are headed. Right now, scientists in laboratories around the world are developing brain chips. Now, these are chips that can be inserted into the brain, and they are wireless. And let me show you. They have actually had a monkey that broke its back. So its spinal cord was severed. The monkey was paralyzed from the waist down. But they inserted a chip in the monkey's brain, and then they inserted another chip in its lower spine. And they allowed the brain to communicate with the lower spine. As soon as they did this, the monkey could walk again. That is amazing. Totally amazing. So they could actually transmit the thoughts of the monkey wirelessly to parts of the body. But it gets even more amazing than that. So they now have, in a laboratory, monkeys with chips in their brain. And then they have an electric wheelchair. And just by thinking, just with the thought of the monkey, they can drive the wheelchair around.
As my grandmother used to tell me, that impossible is just possible that someone has not put enough effort to make it come true.
Think about that. If a monkey can do that, what could you do if you had that chip in your brain? They have also done experiments with monkeys with a chip in their brain and a robotic arm. And the monkey, just by thinking, can reach out and grab something like food and feed itself. That is amazing if you think about it. So the monkey's thoughts are actually able to control things outside their body. So when we start to think about the future, about where technology is headed, this is where we're going. We will have brain chips in humans. And the people who will get those brain chips first are people who suffer from severe medical conditions. So if you have a severe medical condition, like you're paralyzed from the neck down, or you suffer a brain disorder like Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease, and that brain chip can restore your quality of life, would you hesitate to get the chip? No, of course not. You would say, put the chip in my brain. So that is starting right now, these experiments. And even more interesting, scientists have done experiments with rats, and they have chips in the rat's brain. And what they did was they taught a rat how to do certain things. And when the rat did all these complex things, it could get food. Now, it took the rat weeks to learn that. Weeks. But then they hooked the rat's brain chip to the internet. And they had another rat in another city. And instantly they connected those two rats' brains. And do you know what happened? The other rat knew how to get the food right away. It didn't have to learn anything. The knowledge was transferred from one brain of a living animal to another brain. That is amazing. That opens up a world of possibilities, because if they can do that in rats today, imagine 10 years from now what they can do in humans. And we will go there. So, mind-to-mind communication. This is something of science fiction that we all read about. But this is actually possible today, as I just showed you. So there will come a point where if we have a chip in our brain, and you you out there have a chip in your brain, we can communicate. We can communicate without talking. We can communicate when you're halfway around the world. And we can exchange knowledge. So, if you look at a world where we have these chips that are connected to the internet,
all of a sudden, every piece of information on the internet becomes accessible to our minds. Now, when we look back at today and we have to go to Baidu or Google and type it in, that will seem so primitive. Nobody will do that. You will just think, what knowledge do I need? And it will appear there for you to use.
but it gets even weirder.
Stranger. Because we will not only be able to transfer knowledge, but we will be able to transfer memories. Now, so you could have an experience like skydiving, and all of a sudden you could transfer that experience to a friend, and all of a sudden they have experienced what you have experienced. It gets even weirder, because we will be living our lives as our lives. We know
Our lives and our memories. But you will all of a sudden have access to anybody's life who wants to make it available to you.
people will put open source their lives, so others can download pieces of their lives and experience those things.
That will be really strange. We won't know the difference between our own memory and a memory we acquired from someone else. Think about that. It gets even stranger. So, all of us are here learning at CHOPPAZ, right? Getting EMBAs and MBAs. Well, this will be obsolete because CHOPPAZ will literally be in the cloud. And you will just download from all the best minds in the world whatever you need to know when you need to know it. Our brains we will no longer have universities as we have them today. That will change. Information will be on demand. Information will be commoditized. Knowledge will be commoditized. All of us will be smarter, have infinite amounts of storage, and infinite access to information. It will be unheard of. We will no longer be
this isolated human being. We will be connected to everything.
So we just gonna connect and be part of it all, and we just gonna know everything and just know it all. We all just gonna become know-it-alls. And then what? What's happening to this shit?
So, you can imagine not only will we be able to get knowledge, but we can actually have full experiences in our head. So right now we have these clunky VR units that we have to put on. But in the future, you can just download a whole environment and actually live in it. And all of you might think, this is not real. But do you know, every night when you dream, those dreams are real. No matter how fantastic your dreams are, they are real. You feel like you're really there. Our brains have that capability already built in. All it takes is the technology to stimulate and transfer the right images in our brain so our brain creates them, and then we will live like the difference between us dreaming and reality will be blurred. We will be spending a lot of time outside our bodies. So, think about this. You as
a human being right now are trapped in this body.
I remember one time I had this dream of niggas being just frozen. These a whole lot of like a million little motherfucking boxes. Everybody had these little spaces in these little boxes, waiting for their time to come. Waiting for their time to come to be activated again. And I was in one of those little spots. But all million people that was in these little individual boxes with me we all understood and communicated with each other. This is one of my thoughts. If all this shit is already taking place, what they saying, I want to sleep and dream and shit. Then you just frozen in time in this little capsule, this little box. Billions of them. Waiting for your turn to step on stage. Waiting for your day to come again to move around in the flesh. I don't think I never shared that dream with too many people, but it's that matrix shit. I'm gonna get about this shit. I'm gonna go find Donald Marshall.
Once you are connected to the internet, you are no longer trapped in your body. You can actually...
Internet, beast. Though they call the central intelligence of the internet, the motherfucking beast, whatever he eat. 666, that's what they call this bitch, the beast. Look it up. Fuck this up. Go find my boy. Y'all already trying to listen to this shit. Go find my boy. I feel like listening to my boy tonight. I would listen to my boy Peter. Waiting on that fuck boy to jump out. Everybody know who he really is. Script ass nigga. Listen to my boy Donald Marshall. I heard from him in a long time. Look like they got rid of my nigga. Look like they got rid of my boy.
It's about those reptilian shapeshifters that David Icke talks about. He's kind of got the story wrong. They're not dimensional at all. They're this dimension. And yeah, they're not spiritual or mystical or anything. It's pretty sick.
Oh, shit.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not.
It's about those reptilian shapeshifters that David Icke talks about. He's kind of got the story wrong. They're not dimensional at all. They're this dimension. And yeah, they're not spiritual or mystical or anything. It's pretty sick. But I'll tell you about that in a second. First, I wanted to tell you about the cloning stuff, okay? Now, human cloning, I have to tell you, it's been done since at the end of World War II, okay? I'll tell you how they got it, and the whole shebang, like 33rd degree Freemason.
I told y'all that I retraced embryonic cell cloning back to the 1886. My own research.
So we're probably going to die for this somewhere along the lines. It's not good. Okay. Picture this. I'm memory depressed about everything. Couldn't remember anything. I'm still getting side effects from this. I was memory repressed about the cloning stuff until I was 30 years old. They call it the awakening when they give you back the memories. Turns out they had me there since I was 5 years old, okay? And my family is there, my family member.
Now listen to what this man saying and listen to what them motherfuckers saying. You tell me you think this man telling the truth. I've been believing.
And everything. And they said they're not going to lie on a lie detector test about it. It's pretty big. Like, they were going to kill me, they said. Thing is, the way that this cloning works, okay, there's two different kinds of cloning, and it confuses people. Now, there's
replication cloning where it comes up as a baby, right? Put the cells in and make the same person as a baby. Well, there's duplication cloning as well, where they grow you in a big, thick tank full of water. And well, there's a few different grades of cloning. There's Mark 1 to 4 that I know of. And the problem I'm having is with the Mark 2. The thing is, Mark 1 was around at the end of the World War II, but it was a primitive clone, lots of side effects. Anyway, this is even on the net. Before I started blasting on the net about this, somebody said something about the...
Dr. Peter told us about this same shit. About the Robotoids and Jimmy Carter and all them motherfuckers.
Mark 1 to 4 clones, and the first one being called an organic robotoid. And that's what it was called, even though there's no robotic parts in it.
What? Dr. Peter told us about the Robotoids that the goddamn Soviets, the Russians perfected, and the Germans perfected human cloning. I told y'all too. It is all good.
At all. Anyway, Mark 2 is an REM-driven clone. Okay, now what that means is when you go to sleep, the Illuminati, this is their main form of communication too. They don't call people on the phone. They don't meet at the Bohemian Grove anymore. Since they got cloning, they meet at the cloning station when they go to sleep. Each of them, I don't know how they do it exactly, okay, or else I'd know how to block it. But they can transfer your consciousness into a clone.
And then when they can use the same shit old boy just got through talking about to communicate with each other and shit. But this man was crazy though. Okay.
At the cloning station, if they have a clone of you, and they used to have to use a tissue sample from you, or I guess they said the cells from a woman's pap smear is like really rich in the cells to make one of these duplicate clones. They used to use kids' foreskins that were discarded at the hospital that got removed. That's what happened to me. But now they said they've upgraded the technology in the last 10 years, so now they only need blood. What they used to do with the tissue, well, they could also, they used to set this little oil drill looking thing over a person's forearm, strap their arm to a chair. And this drill, it had things on it that opened up, right? Now, it would go in, and when it spun, these things would open up. But then when it stopped, the things would close again. Now, this is done, it goes in, comes out, in, comes out. And what it was doing, it has to agitate the tissue, they told me when I was a kid. To a certain degree, I guess, like they said, the easiest way to tell a person in layman's terms about it is, you know, when you have a hangnail and you pull it off, and the white stuff that accumulates inside, and eventually it'll form like scab and new skin, and it'll grow over. Well, to get that white stuff to really work good, they agitate tissue a certain amount of times. Now they just agitate blood from like a blood sample even. And yeah, cloning is very prevalent. It's like a secret thing among the elite. They use it for their crazy stuff. You name it, they've done it. Like jump off cliffs, everything. I know all about it. The thing was, when I was memory repressed, I was seeing other people becoming unmemory repressed, and I hated this place and these people. It's a bunch of scumbags doing nasty things to each other, right? Like, there's privileged ones there, and there's underprivileged ones there, and so people are pretty mean on people, and, well, I wanted them to do the awakening on me so I could go to the cops and get the cops on them. Well, the thing is, they are the cops, too. Like, this is the linchpin in how the Illuminati NWO works, because, like, most of the leaders from the G20 countries go there, about 14 of the G20 countries, and then there's leaders from countries that don't even fit in the G20 that go there, too, right? And, cloning, it's really normal. Well, Britney Spears made a video about this place because the thing was, to get advertised and promoted and stuff, she had to basically sell her clone, use of her clone at the cloning center. So the thing was, she signed up right away thinking, yeah, sure, I'll be famous. Well, the thing is, they wanted to use her every night. Old men and stuff. Old men and clones on her, and real people on her clones too. So she doesn't have dreams anymore. Oh, they make songs and stuff about this all the time, about stuck in the dreams, and Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street is based on this. Avatar is based on this too. They do it all the time, communicate this way. But the thing is, cloning is a flawed technology this way, because your mind isn't the same. You're more. It's kind of like, you know, how, did you ever see Pet Sematary by Stephen King, the movie?
Yeah.
Where they bury it and they come back whack? Well, they're almost as bad as that. And this is only one aspect of what they do. This is the biggest expose on the Illuminati guys ever, what they do, secret, right? Because the thing being, how I know is because I acted very loyal to them when in my 20s, right? Well, the thing was, if you don't act compliant there, they will beat the hell out of your clone, and it hurts just like real life, right? Like
the brain, the memory and the neurons, you can feel it. Just like some twins that's born. You ever experience having twin cousins who can feel shit, and they seem like they be on the same wavelength? They're in different goddamn cities and shit, and if something happened to one, the other one called, man, you just goddamn, what happened to you, man? My mother's left arm hurt. Yeah, man, something happened to mom today, man. I said, yeah, shit like that right there, man. Shit like that right there, man. Shit like that right there, man.
And they can turn it up to the pain threshold on remote control. They have everything down. And people are scared to talk about this because of the lizard aspect. And the fact they can just keep cloning you and torturing you and torturing you and torturing you. New body, new body, new body. Because they make multiples of people. Some people are grown in the tank with deformities, and they just scrap those and throw them in the chipper. But the other ones, they keep them for backup bodies until they wear out the first one. Sex-wise, you know, I'm not trying to be vulgar or anything, but they do a lot of vulgar stuff there. They can also, if they apply a constant electronic current to your clone, you will have an aneurysm. If you're younger, it'll take a little bit longer with the electric current, but you will have an aneurysm. And that's what happened to Tila Tequila. She doesn't want to say that, though. The thing is, Tila Tequila was threatened not to talk about it. She was helping me for a minute. Are you familiar with Tila Tequila?
I've had her on the show, and in fact, I was just discussing her this morning with James Wright, who's exposing the Freemasons, and he said that he wanted to meet up with her and compare war stories and stuff like that, so I just introduced them this morning, as it turns out.
Well, Tila has a clone running at the clone center, and she has to, well, she pretty much sold it out for her shot at love thing. She doesn't want me to discuss the nefarious deeds that she's done at the cloning station, including to me, and, well, I'm not really going to, because that's her business and all right, but well, I might discuss the stuff she did to me at a later date, a different show or something. It doesn't really matter right now. I'm trying to stick to the important stuff, but she's there. She's making like hinty little posts about her transfers to the fifth dimension. She used to think it was the fifth dimension. Should they tell people this, right? Because you open up your eyes there. You're like, where the hell am I? And you look at your hands, you're like, did you guys kidnap me? That's what most people say. Am I kidnapped or something? How did I get here? Some people are drugged, so they think that it's a dream, or they're in the astral realm. That's what they tell people, right? The spirit realm depends on who you are, where you're from. That's what they tell you, and people just believe it because it's like real, right? Slap them in the face, it hurts, and you don't wake up, so it's not a dream, and man, it's not good. So anyway, I wanted to not attend these clone gatherings, and they were like, we'll bring you here if we want to. I was like, all right, well, I'll tell all on you. And I'm doing it on my Facebook page. I don't have the link up here, but you're on my Facebook page somewhere, I think. So I don't know if you have the link to show people or not, but yeah, I'm telling all about them, what they do there, and there's other stuff. Now, they have these clone parties, okay? And also they get, I'll just tell you flat out, because they showed me, they call it the catalog. They get the school pictures from schools all over North America, and they look at the cutest ones and they get the medical stuff from them and clone them and use them for sex slaves. Not without the parents' permission, and it doesn't really matter if they had permission or not, right? But this is what they do. I'm just telling you the severity of what they do there, right? Like, trust me, I am not a crackpot. And I don't get anything from this. I'm not writing a book or looking to write a book. I'm looking to crush these people. But the problem is they're the richest and most powerful people in the world, and I'm just one person, right? So
You said that they've got a facility. Do you know where that facility is? Is there an address, or a building, or?
Yes. They're in deep bases, right? Like this Dulce or Dulce base. It has an entire floor devoted to cloning, okay? Now, it also has another floor devoted to gene splicing. You should see some of the stuff I've seen. Beaver, rats, and all kinds of stuff. They're trying to make weapons for war, and they showed me everything. They thought I was loyal. They started showing me everything. They totally thought I was loyal. Like, my ex-family will not speak to me now. I said, I'm going to expose this. You guys are going to help me. And they said, we're not going to help you. We'll get killed right along with you. And I said, well, I want to do it alone. And they said, don't ask us for help. And I said, I'm sending people to you with lie detector tests. Lie on it and go to jail. And then they're looking around as clones saying, we don't want to lie on a lie detector test, right? I said, well, I'm welcoming all lie detector tests, and we're going to lie it up, or we're going to line it up with these lie detector tests, and everything's going to get proven.
So have you taken a lie detector test yet?
Not yet, no. I haven't had one available. But the thing is, it's so widespread, the corruption stuff. It's even bigger than what you truthers think that it is. It's, they have police and doctors and everything there loyal so that they can have clone sex with like a Britney Spears or an Angelica Jolie or something, and while they're sleeping, because they're like, what are we doing when we're sleeping? It's a big waste of time. We can go there and have lots of fun. So, but it's terrible, diabolical, nefarious place. I've seen all kinds of stuff. Oh, the Picton murders up in Canada, with that guy that killed all the hookers. That was set up by them. They videotaped all the murders. They used to clone Picton into the place and had him running around talking to him, and he felt like he was like a celebrity, right? Anyway, he used to smash them with a ball-peen hammer. Now, I'll tell you who was there, and this is how I know everything, okay? When I was 5, they brought me there to be used as what they call a diddle kid, okay? But all I'd do was cry and stuff. So they said, do you have any other kind of use? Do you sing or dance or something? So anyway, when I was 5, to keep them off me, I started singing like original songs there, just right out of the blue. Turns out, the first one, people liked it, and they had a famous person use it, and then they came back for more, and I made more, and other people came back wanting to hear more. It was just a kid that was making these songs, right, for free, because they never paid me. Nobody knew, right, totally foolproof. So anyway, lots of people, famous, high-profile people went there. I'm kind of apprehensive to say even, well, people that know me know who I'm talking about, but they're the highest profile people go to these cloning centers, and they wanted to see this kid that was making these songs. Well, Tila Tequila started to come out and talk about them. She went on her radio blog shows, he said, in the cloning centers and the things you guys do to children. But the thing is, well, they told her at the cloning center not to do it, not to help me, because they're trying to play me off as a joke that people will spoof it or make fun and say, oh, they're cloning people, they don't have that technology yet. Well, they really do. I'll tell you right now all about it. You won't hear this from anybody else because they're all scared of dying, but they're not going to kill me because I'll tell you why later, and it's crazy. It's ridiculous. She goes on with a video somewhere and says, somebody help me, they're blasting me to the fifth dimension somehow, and the Queen Elizabeth is there, and she eats people. No, she said the Queen of England is there, and she eats people. And there's lizards there. No, she said demons. Well, some people call them demons. They call themselves demons too. Well, then there's demons there, and they listened to her. Well, nobody listened to her, and they gave her aneurysm there. Well, the thing is, they could have made her die if they wanted to. They just keep the electricity to the clone. They could do it to me, like, at any time. But I told too many people, and they're all waiting to see if I have an aneurysm now, or a heart attack, which it can happen. They've done this to so many people. It's remote controlled execution, like assassination, that's undetected. Right? As long as they have a clone of you, they can kill you, like a bang. And they killed Bernie Mac this way with an aneurysm. It's not good. They don't only have to do the electricity. If they keep a constant pain on the clone, like hard enough, like it'll kill you. But intermittent pain will mess up your heart bed. That's what they've done to me. They tortured me there for like a torture spectacle, right? If you look, I should have had it on my miniature tablet here, but I forgot to. My Facebook profile picture. Okay, just look at it. You're gonna say, okay, something weird is happening here. I'm on a Megadeth album cover, all cut up. It's like a picture of a clone of me, all messed up with a skeleton coming out of my chest and Megadeth up at the top. Well, anyway, it's a close-up of my face. And people look at that and they say, okay, now I got to look into this. And trust me, I'm telling you, the biggest secrets of the
Holy
human...
cow, it is your face.
Yeah, it is kind of, yeah. Not kind of at all, it is me. I was asking, well, I'll just tell you, Queen Elizabeth got really interested in this magic kid that could make these songs out of thin air, so she had me serenading her because she thinks she's really special. She's pretty insane, by the way, by 5 different ways. She rules this cloning station, basically. Her and Vladimir Putin. All of them are there. Muammar Gaddafi was there. He's not actually dead, by the way. That was a clone of him that died. And all the people around him jostling the camera, the video, the phone video, they were all in on it. He's not dead. That was a clone that they killed. That's why they buried his body in a remote location nobody will ever find, because it's a clone, and the cells are different and stuff, I guess. Like these, they're grown in 5 months in a big glass tank full of like salty water, and just takes 5 months. It's no cost at all. It's basically maintenance. They just got to get tissue from you. Now, Britney Spears put in her video, she said a fantasy of hers was to blow up a cloning station so they couldn't make any more hers, right? So for this video called Break the Ice, she made a Japanimation video of her breaking into a cloning station and breaking the clone tubes. And they look just like that, right? And 2 on 2, like one on top of each other. They have warehouses underground with them growing people, right? And oh man, it's very heavy. There's another aspect to this. It's the lizard part. Now, I'll tell you the straight skinny on the lizards, okay? Now I have to tell you about Tila now. Tila first, because, well, she was on my wall, and I was like, you're going to help me with this, and then she goes on radio, the cloning center's terrible what you do with the people there, and people don't want to go there, and then after that, everything changed, because that night when she went to sleep, won't say Freddy got her, but pretty much the world leaders put the scare of death into her, and a whole bunch of lizards did too, because they know that I want all the lizards dead, and all of the, now I'll just say it flat out, all of the lizard parasited hosts as well. Now I have to put this eloquently because they said that this is the end of the world event. This is the big bomb that could send the world into panic and loss of order, and what the end of the world 2012 and everything is all about. Well, it's about lizards and cloning. I'll tell you all about it right now. Something has to be done. These people are like over-corrupt. I don't know if there's a word for it in the English language. They bring people to the cloning station and enslave them and have the option of allowing them to remember the memory. If they leave you if they leave you memory repressed, it will give you symptoms in real life, and you'll just think that you're sick. You won't know. It depends on what they do to you as a clone. If they're torturing you, you'll get badly sick. You'll get heart damage. Like, my heart's messed up, and I'm only 37. Just turned 37. And, yeah, they
strap you to a rack and freaking slice you and everything. And people sit around in a crowd watching you in this big, well, not big, it's a stadium. And it has a hockey boarded ring, but it's smaller than a normal hockey rink. And the celebrities and kings and queens from weird countries are all there, sitting in the stands, watching this weird faces of death scenario thing. Made people sword fight. They made me sword fight there. I got all chopped up as a clone. And the thing is, they can have multiple clones of you, right? Now, they got chips in these clones too, so they turn you into the next clone, like, within a matter of, 30 seconds. Like, deactivate one clone and go over to this one and click it on. And I've experienced it. It's everything goes black. You don't have dreams anymore. Some of the celebrities make songs. I've made songs for them there about not having dreams anymore, and your dreams are lost, and blah blah blah. Your heart this, heart that. Like, I made a lot of songs there.
Can I ask, Donald, how do you know that you're the real you?
Scars and clones. Well, these duplication clones can't walk around in public without what they call a handler. They have to be babysat so that they don't bite someone on the face or start a fire in a house, or they're like they go with the first impulse.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the episode of Family Guy where Stewie clones himself, but he doesn't do the cloning job right, and he creates what's known as bitch Stewie, who's really retarded kind of thing. Is that sort of what we're talking about here?
It could be. They make that cartoon. They make The Simpsons. They make all the movies and stuff. They made the Avatar movie. They own Hollywood, right? So, and they get their ideas. They all discuss stuff at the cloning station like all night. It gets pretty boring there because first, once they do the sex, and then they do death stuff to themselves because they can turn. Somehow they have tech to make the clone not feel any pain at all. They said it's something to do with how a person becomes a quadriplegic. Just the first second before they're quadriplegic, they can't feel any pain stabbing in the thigh or anything, just like a quadriplegic can. Well, but they can still move around and stuff. They've done it to me. It feels weird. Like, they let me stab myself in the forearm and go, right up the arm, and didn't feel anything, and it's bleeding and stuff. It's pretty gross, and all kinds of stuff there. There's nothing to do there, though, once you do all the stuff, and the novelty wears off. But then you're not allowed to leave. If you want to leave, well, they only keep you if you're of use for something, well, good looking for sex or something, or have some kind of talent or something. And if you try to talk, you say, they say people that think they're in the fifth dimension or the astral plane or something, they'll go to the police and say, the world leaders are taking me to the fifth dimension or the astral plane and victimizing me, torturing me, like Chris Benoit as well. They killed him. Well, he killed himself, but the thing was, they were torturing the hell out of him. Like, Insane Clown Posse had a song made about him, and I actually did the lyrics for the song. They made me do it because I didn't want to, because I liked Chris Benoit. The thing was, they had his wife and his kid there, and they started hurting them too. Well, they're not shape-shifting. The thing is, I'm going to tell you what the shape-shift is, and it's really creepy. And this is the thing that they said that could wipe the world. People panicking with the riots and stuff. Because the cloning thing, people cloning people's kids, messing them up in the brain is bad enough. Remotely killing people who they don't like, which might happen to me, you never know. Thing is, the lizards. Okay, lizards been around a long time, like since before ancient Egypt and everything. And the symbol, you know, that eye of Horus with the squiggly hanging out of it, that has to do with lizards. It's a lizard symbol. It means two things. It's a pro-lizard symbol, and it also means beware, there's lizards here. Okay? There's 3 different kinds of lizards. I'll tell you all about them. They're called vril. The thing is... Who are you? Scars. And, clones, well, these duplication of him. Like, Insane Clown Posse had a song made about him, and I actually did the lyrics for the song. They made me do it because I didn't want to, because I liked Chris Benoit. The thing was, they had his wife and his... Insane Clown Posse had a song made about him, and I actually did the lyrics for the song. They made me do it because I didn't want to, because I liked Chris Benoit. The thing was, they had his wife and his kid there, and they started hurting them too. Well, they're not shape-shifting. The thing is, I'm going to tell you what the shape-shift is, and it's really creepy. And this is the thing that they said that could wipe the world. People panicking with the riots and stuff. Because the cloning thing, people cloning people's kids, messing them up in the brain is bad enough. Remotely killing people who they don't like, which might happen to me, you never know. Thing is, the lizards. Okay, lizards been around a long time, like since before ancient Egypt and everything. And the symbol, you know, that eye, the eye of Horus with the squiggly hanging out of it, that has to do with lizards. It's a lizard symbol. It means two things. It's a pro-lizard symbol, and it also means beware, there's lizards here. Okay, there's 3 different kinds of lizards. I'll tell you all about them. They're called vril. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's 1 L or 2 at the end. It's vril, V-R-I-L-L or V-R-I-L. Germans were into them. They had a club with vril things. Anyway, there's like a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's the vril type 1. It's got scales, red scales. There's a type 2 that is not parasitic, but it's still vicious, nasty, carnivorous. They're all carnivorous. And there's a type 3 that's 8 feet tall that has a real long neck and looks like a gray alien, but it comes from deep underground, like below deep base deep. Like they need a methane oxygen mix to breathe, and deep underground they got sulfur pools, I guess, that make this stuff. Anyway, they come up underneath the bases. The government is complicit with them, basically. Now I have to tell you about the parasitic aspect of the lizards and why the Illuminati and the governments use them. Okay, I'm saying this in a nutshell because it's very important. I want to get it all out on your show. Nobody's going to say this for fear of clone torture, remote-controlled death, or death by lizards 1,000 times until you die by a heart attack or something. But I figured I have to tell people because, well, they're getting me there anyway. Like, they eased up lately asking me not to talk about it anymore, but I'm just going to. Well, the lizards have a thing, okay? They have what's called a proboscis. There's lizards out there today that have a proboscis on their face, okay? These things got it in the middle of their head, okay? And on the top of their head, this is the real type 1 and 2. The type 2 have a proboscis sheath that comes out, it sticks out. The type 1s, for instance, it's like a chocolate chip, it looks like, basically the tip of it. Now, at one point in these things' lives, because they have a long lifespan, the lizard species, one point in their life, they can slowly wiggle this thing out, eject it, and it goes into somebody's eyeball, okay, another animal. Now, it wiggles in by the sense of taste. They described this to me so, like, when I was like 18 years old there, and told me about it different times throughout the years of going there. They can bring you there every single night if they want to, and they did bring me there every night. They laughed at me when I said to them, tell the world about this. They said, nobody's ever going to believe me. You won't put it together in a eloquent way. People think that technology isn't that advanced yet with cloning, because they just clone the sheep, right? No. They've been cloning people a long time this way. Thing is, the lizard, okay, the thing squiggles in through the eye. It does a spiral around the optic nerve all the way to a certain point, and it's driven there by taste. And they said once it gets there, it has the taste of butterscotch, and then it does a feeling like holding your breath and going, pushing outwards. And at the tip of this chocolate chip, it then starts what they call sweating the quill. Now, the spinal cord stuff comes out of the spinal cord, out of the chocolate chip thingy, and it's everything that the lizard is. The lizard's whole body is dead. The little lizard thing is dead, and it can't go back in. Can't get it back in. It's one way. Once it excretes this stuff, sweats this quill thing, the person's debilitated for an unknown amount of time. I don't know how long, but when they come back, They have to have some recovery time, but when they come back, they are not the person anymore. They are then the lizard. Let me put this to you flatly. The old person's consciousness is gone. The body is absolutely, totally dominated, and the lizard is smarter as a human then, and totally controls everything. Over time, it'll develop a rash, it'll lose its hair. The thing is, these things are all over the place, and they mimic human behavior. In fact, one of their names in the past is mimic. A lot of the people that you hear about in the news that are getting people and chopping them up in the basement and eating them and stuff, frying them up, these are what they call drones. They're parasited hosts of the lizards. They like to make them. The only thing a drone wants to do is make more, have sex, and torture someone. Like, it's a different kind of mentality. It's hard to explain. When they at the cloning station, when they victimize someone, it gives them a powerful feeling, and it's the nerdy way, you know, that nerdy aspect of it. I got something over someone, but they do that to the extreme. Oh, and alien abductions. Let me tell you something. They videotape alien abductions. They set up alien abductions with Hollywood makeup and stuff. Like, not all of them. I can't say all of them. Some of them might be real for all I know. But I've seen the set. It's a really crappy looking saucer. You just walk up a ramp into it. They never see the outside of it. But they clone people, right? And then activate them when they're on the slab strapped down. Now someone goes in with a gray mask and the mask is made of chicken skin, okay? Just to give it that aspect of realism, dyed gray chicken skin, so it'll look real. And does it look real? Stretched over a mask, right? And they have the mask on. They go in and have sex with the people, and they videotape it and the people's faces to see their reactions and stuff. It's the government and celebrities doing this to people, because I'll tell you why, how the celebrities got into it. Back in the past, it was a political thing. They bring all the leaders of the countries in together, and they can all chat about stuff and enjoy this sacrilegious, forbidden place, this cloning thing, and do whatever they can't do in real life. Well, they got real bored with each other, because most of them are fat and ugly and bald and stuff. So they started bringing celebrities there. This is why JFK died, by the way, and Marilyn Monroe. JFK was going to talk about it, the cloning station. He didn't want to go. She didn't want to go. They had her there too. They said, we'll torture you at the cloning station if you talk about it. Anyway, yeah, that's like a big thing. That's why he died. Like, man. So anyways, it's not the fifth dimension, it's just the cloning station. And the cloning station with your clone pre-injected with drugs. The lizard thing. They just totally take them over. They do it a lot. It used to be, it's a Luciferian thing. They said that these lizards were the sons of Satan or whatever, Lucifer or whatever. They're not, though. They're just a species of lizard that survived the extinction of the dinosaurs by being way, way underground. I'll just tell you, I know it sounds retarded. The damn things can talk, okay? But they don't have a tongue. I'll tell you about their mouths. It takes a while. Basically, they have a blood spike, okay? This is what they call a chupacabra, too. They come up from underground, different spots all over the world, right? Like worms out of a rotten apple, different spots, and then they infiltrate the society there. But the drones today have erased, 100 years ago, erased any existence of these real lizards from, like, Egyptian carvings on walls. They would smash them, right? Or books that had anything in them about them, they would burn them. Because drones don't want to get found out and sent off and killed. Like, this is what I thought FEMA camps were for, rounding up drones, because they've been talking about it at the cloning center. This is where they discuss all political, worldly affairs. And they let me sit in, fly on the wall, because they figure nobody's going to ever believe me, that they can clone anybody, and everybody there is bored of it, the whole technology. It lost the novelty like 10 years ago, right? So they go there and they talk to Brad Pitt, and let me tell you, all the celebrities, because they bring them there, and they tell them, look, You're here, you're going to hang with us. If you don't want to, well, if they cry and make a fuss like Lauryn Hill from the Fugees, make a song about I Get Out and stuff, they let her not go to the cloning station. They don't activate her, let her have normal dreams. But other people, they really roll them to stay. And they say, if you ever talk about it, you're going to die. They made the reason Britney Spears went pop. Do you want to know? Right now? Well, Britney Spears went whack because she watched too many murder videos at the cloning station. Okay, the cloning station is like a small sports venue, like a dog and pony show, right? It's got the stands, seat about 400, 450, but there's different cloning stations in different deep underground bases. But all the celebrities go to an above ground one in a wildlife preserve somewhere, and it's just like an oval sports venue with underground stuff where they grow them and store them on racks 5 high, like bunk beds 5 high, stainless steel. So they go there and sit around and do crazy stuff, and they bring me there like they were bringing me there every night. Like I'll just tell you, it was like a victimization joke. Like they would torture me basically in many different ways to come up with a song, some kind of a song for someone, some kind of genre of music, anything. And for a while there, they wouldn't stab me or anything. Well, in the clone, like I don't have scars on me, it's on the clones at this place, but they usually scrap the body same night anyway because it's so stabbed up. I've been through a lot there, and that's another reason why I want to expose these things. Oh, and also how the lizards kill people, right? I've witnessed the head wiggy thing go into the eye. They showed me. The thing is, the Illuminati are basically using me, okay, to expose these lizards in an eloquent way because none of them want to be the first person out so that they'll die. Like Bernie Mac he tried to start a mutiny there, saying, we can't have this, we all got to shut this place down. This place is the devil, he said. And they tortured the shit out of them. Oh, anyway, so back to the lizards. The 3 different kinds. The third kind is the smartest, the biggest, and the strongest and everything, and they pretty much lord over the other 2. There's different regions, though. They cannibalize on each other underground. Anyway, Queen Elizabeth is really in with these things, okay? Her family has been for a long time. Now, these bloodlines, all that they are super inbred people, okay? What the edicts of Lucifer, like my family are down with this stuff. That's why I don't talk to them anymore. Inbreeding makes you strong. Pedophilia keeps you young, and helping lizards gives you good luck or something from the devil and stuff. They used to do this thing, kill your firstborn son, it gives you fortune in life or something. And it's pretty sick. So anyways, yeah, all that stuff is, not true, and they know it. They just keep it going for like some stupid club, like the Devil Club. Oh, we're cool, we're evil. It's just they're a bunch of, basically, it's a bunch of really rich, fat, old people that can't get laid, so they enslave people there to perv on them, right? Drug them, make them compliant through fear or drugs, and use them, because they'd have a hard time even paying a prostitute, really. Like, you ever see Kissinger?
As Kissinger said, power is the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yeah, he's there. Met him as clones. I met a bunch of them as clones. They all wanted to meet the guy that made all these songs, and I don't even want to talk about the songs thing, because some people have said, oh, you just want to be known for making all these songs and stuff, and really, I just want to shut these people down, because everyone else, there's a bunch of celebrities there, and they're scared, like Whitney Houston. They killed Whitney Houston with an aneurysm just recently. Like, and then all the celebrities there said, okay, we're not going to have any more of us get killed this way. What happened with her, she wanted to leave show business entirely, didn't want to sing anymore, no concerts, didn't want to be on TV, and didn't want to attend the cloning station to be used as a sex slave. But in the beginning of her career, she basically sold her soul. That's what they all talk about, selling your soul to the Illuminati. You're selling your clone to be used by old freaks at the cloning center, or for an aspect slave. Yeah, they do that. You know how they cover up their one eye?
Oh yeah.
That means 2 things. That means watch out you don't get the lizard that stick the thing in the eye, or like well, it means a couple different things to different people. It means like don't you only half see things, and I always figured it was the lizard in the eye thing because I get introduced.
I've seen so many artists in pictures of them doing the triangle around the eye sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
You do your thumbs and your index fingers together, and just look through and put your hands together and just look through them like that, and your other fingers sort of look like sun rays coming out, sort of thing. I've seen so many artists do that.
Well, the thing with the pyramid in the eye thing is the whole symbol is a joke. It's once you know what the pyramid is for, then you know when you're pretty much Illuminati. But I'm going to break that whole thing right now. I'm going to ruin it. You got to look on my page and look at the schematics for the pyramid. I explain what it's for. It was basically a vril trap. It's a giant cockroach trap for vrils. Okay, these little vents that went in, they were at an angle. They were lined with smooth limestone. And anything that went in didn't come out because these crab nasties claws, well, that's what I call them, crab nasties, the grills. I've been calling them that my whole life. So, these people, you heard about the celebrities selling their souls to the place, so that's what they're doing. They're selling themselves to be used as clones at the cloning center. Now, the thing is, after a while, they have kids, and they want to bring their kids there, too, to induct them into the family, right? They just want to perv on them. And they're all too scared to say no, and they do bring their kids there, mess them all up, to keep them memory repressed and just mess with them. And then they do all kinds of stuff with different technologies that they have there. Like I'm trying to, like I know about a bunch of different technologies they have. I don't want to tell everyone about it, but there's not enough time on your show to tell about all of it. So I'm trying to tell about the most important thing is the cloning lizards. Oh, and the head chips. I didn't tell you about the head chips, but to the vrils, the 3 different types, the small ones they use to drone people, to host people, because the proboscis on young lizard type 1s, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye, right? Because they're supposed to do this to animals with bigger eyeballs, probably freaking dinosaurs. So these lizards, it squiggles in, the thing takes over, total domination, right? Old person dies, and it becomes a totally compliant slave, basically. Does whatever the people want it to do because it's just happy to live life as a human being now, right? It's totally coherent, and it knows that its life is dependent on it mimicking human behavior, so it does really well. Even with other animals, it's smart enough to instinctually mimic the animal's behavior, right? It incorporates that animal's brain to, I don't know, it just takes over in the worst way. It's a parasitic lizard. It's nasty. Now, the head chip thing, man, I know this is a lot. Like, I had to explain about all this stuff, my total disclosure and phases, because I didn't want to lump it all out in at one time for people, because it's...
Well, you're afraid they think you were crazy? I mean, it doesn't matter, man. I mean, like, as far as most people are concerned, you know, as soon as you opened your mouth, it's insanity. Whereas I don't like to judge people like that after the first word that they say. I like to hear them out. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay, a bunch of billionaires were scared about dying. They said they were so rich they can make people die, they can start wars, they can do anything in the material world, but once they die, they can't even take it with them. They're just dead, right? So a bunch of billionaires got together and said, we don't want to die, we want to figure out how to live again as clones, right? Thing is, the clone is just like a negative copy of the person, though, so it's not even like the person living. It's a flawed copy. Okay, so the thing you do, they devised a way, I don't know how. The thing used to be as big as a circuit board, like that was not an Illuminati symbol, by the way. It's like
about the size of a fist, right?
Yeah, they tested this on a Chinese farmer. They showed me the video clips. Had it sticking out the guy's head and everything. Didn't compensate him, just sent him back home and said they had to do something to him. They whittled it down so that the microchip is supposedly the size of like a just a bit bigger than an apple seed, right? And it can totally, and it's a flawed copy as well, but not as flawed. It can totally hold your mental stuff, right? Everything that you are, basically, but they need babysitters because they go pretty whack sometimes. They're missing some stuff. It's flawed. But the thing is, just like those lizards do with the eyeball thing and squiggling into the head, rich people can put their stuff on a microchip and set this into somebody's head and basically body snatch them that way as well. And they keep it secret because, of course, you know, everyone... Well, they can do it to clones too, but there's more side effects if you put it into a clone's brain. So they basically body snatch people with chips in the head. And the lizard thing, they tried to convince me that, and others, that it was a worldwide takeover thing, that they had already taken over so much that all was lost, better just go along with it. But that's not true. They're a very, very small part of the population, like under 5% or something. But they drone people like beautiful women, and then have the drones marry these men, that whoever wants this woman, and they don't care that it's a lizard consciousness. They just do it, and it's still murdering the other person though. And it's pretty sick. So I had to tell the world, and yeah, I'm expecting to be killed, really.
Well, hold on. Can I just get clarification on something? Because you said that they can't kill you, or they won't kill you, or something like that before. Yeah, okay. But now you're saying they probably will. I don't see the connection.
Okay, I'll get to that part. That's the part that, even with the crazy sounding stuff that I've told you already, this is another crazy aspect of it. Okay. The thing is, with all the songs that I made at this place, and they were bringing me back every single night and saying, sing a song or we're going to torture you. Next night, sing a song, we're going to torture you. Sometimes I couldn't think of anything, and they would just like stab me and watch me bleed there. And now they're all watching like it's a Bizarre Faces of Death thing. And different people want to know what it's like to stab someone, so they send them out to stab me while I'm on drugs so I won't hit them or something. It's like that. It's pretty sick. And, well, I have to tell you, Queen Elizabeth is there. Stephen Harper, Canadian Prime Minister, Obama is there, Vladimir Putin is there, the Pope is even there, all kinds of heads of different factions of different things. The head of the Mexican drug cartel is there, Mafia in Italy is there, man, everybody is there. It's like the rich guy's crazy club that'll never get caught, and you have to be real privileged to go there. Well, I don't want to go there, and I'm not privileged there. I'm pretty low on the totem pole there, actually, probably the lowest. So anyway, they all threatened me never to talk about it, and along as I've been divulging this stuff on Facebook, they've been bringing me there and threatening me and stuff, and then asking me not to mention them specifically, what they've done there and stuff, and panicking really, and trying to deter me with stabbing my clones there, burning the clones and everything. And I'm telling you, it's like real. It's clear as day. It's not like having a dream unless they drug you. If you're there, you're totally coherent, and you can't pinch yourself and wake up or slap yourself, or people would. And I don't know of a way to block this consciousness transfer to the clones. Otherwise, I would, like be in a tinfoil room or something. I don't know if there is a way to block it up. If there is, they haven't told me. But anyway, they're all there, and since I was a kid, after I started making songs when I was about 5, by the time I was hitting about 8 years old, they were saying, I don't even want to say because it's over the top ridiculous, and I don't want to even endorse this stuff that they say, but they said it was possible that I could be the comeback Messiah for the end times to save the world. And I said, no, that's not true. I'm just a guy that's going to expose your lizards and your cloning, and you guys aren't going to bring me here anymore. And I got all the info when they thought that I was absolutely loyal to them, okay? For years, I acted loyal to them. I even had to almost give myself Stockholm Syndrome to make myself believe that I liked them, because my family members were there. So I like my mother was there even, so and they can give you sodium pentothal truth serum to see into your clone, to see if you will talk about them. If you're unmemory repressed or unrepressed memory, you will be able to remember all the clone stuff. But once you're unrepressed memory, you always remember everything. They can't keep your memory away from you then when they bring you there. So they only unrepress people that are real ironclad loyal. It also makes you smarter as a clone when you are unrepressed memory. So they wanted me to be unrepressed memory so I could think up better lyrics for songs, because they've given me adrenaline injections there. Like, I've never had that in real life, but they feel really good there, adrenaline injections. And I've never done cocaine in real life, but they made me do cocaine there so I could do speed rappy stuff, because like Buster Rhymes type of stuff. Just can't do that like just off the bat. But that stuff really speeds you up. It actually gave me my clone a heart attack a couple times. But yeah, they're all like, we're so powerful, we're going to get caught doing this, no one's ever going to believe anyone. But that's because everyone else only had half of the story. After years of playing friends with them, they told me everything because they wanted to be really cool with me. They wanted me to like them because I made their favorite song, like the Top Gun theme song. Made that, right, when I'm there. And they're all the politicians want to be cool with me because the celebrities think that I'm amazing and stuff, and they think I'm amazing too, right? Coming up with a song out of thin air like that. I put a bunch of references in songs. Other people have in the past too, like back in the 80s, this band called Heart made this song called Dreams. These dreams go on when I close my eyes, type. And it's talking about the cloning station when you're a clone there. But they tell people that it's the other dimension or astral plane, so that if they ever go to the police, they'll say, oh, I'm going to the other dimension. And then that's not true, right? Well, you want us to police another dimension, right? But it's not another dimension or the astral plane. It's just the cloning station, like the Brown something massacre, Brownsville massacre down in Texas somewhere. Well, that was all about them. The children of the fold got murdered, a big religious cult. They all got murdered and chopped up. Well, the fold was the cloning station, and they were going there and getting freaked on by a bunch of elderly, rich perverts. And then they didn't want to anymore, and they said, leave us alone, we have computers, we're going to tell all about the fold. And they went there and killed them all. The Picton stuff was really unsettling or disturbing because, well, Elizabeth wanted to be real close on hand to me because everybody wanted to look at me, talk to me, and I was like focused on with the spotlight there at this place because I did these songs and different money-making ideas for different people. So she always wanted to be around me to get in on the spotlight. She's like that. She's like a camera hand for all the celebrities that are there. So she was always around me. Now the thing is, she said to strengthen my mind, she wanted me to watch all of the Picton murders. And they had a camera in the corner of the room where he did these murders. The thing was, he would walk a woman, the hooker, over to a painting on the wall, facing that way, and say, do you like this painting? My brother painted it for me. Put his arm around the woman, and with his other hand, he'd reach in back of his pants and pull out a ball-peen hammer and smack her in the back of the head, and that was it. And he used to almost have to give her like 2 or 3 or something. And one time, one of the hookers got him. I'll tell you about that some other time or something. But he got them all. He said, I asked him one time at the cloning station because they would bring him there and ask him what it was like and everything, and like he was a celebrity or something. It was weird, like, and they're all trying to act evil like they're vampires or something. And he would talk and stuff, and I asked him, they asked me if I had any questions for him. I said, why a ball-peen hammer? And he said, well, a normal hammer has a claw on it, carpenter's hammer, and if I had to do a second strike, the claw might get hooked on somebody's clothing, one of the girls' clothing, and it might, when on my drawback, it might hook on, then he's ruined because he was just a skinny old man. And yeah, but Elizabeth used to make me watch them. They have 2 big screens at the cloning station over the stands, one on either side, right, so that people can, in the stands, can look both ways. Well, a lot of people can't watch them A lot of people want to act evil so they'll feel safe there, because the more evil that you are, the more they're going to leave you alone. So there's people, man, they psych themselves into believing that they're evil too, just so that they'll feel safe, because they've seen these lizards and people getting tortured and killed, and they don't want any badness on them, so they try to act even more evil than the other people that are there. But yeah, it's
So
pretty bad.
how does this relate to you being afraid that they're going to kill you, but also saying that they can't?
Well, the thing with the can't, they said that, well, a bunch of religious things around the world, including the Vatican, says there, well, not all of the bishops are there, the popes, like cronies, the pope's cronies there, that not all of them are there, but they said that they think that I'm the next comeback Messiah guy. And as I said, I don't endorse these claims, and a bunch of superstitious people said that if I get killed, that it's going to be the end of the world. And they translated that into saying that if I get killed, people are going to know that all the stuff I'm saying is real, and they're going to freak out, and the world end faster. But they're just trying to put it forward in a calm, concise way. Like, they do this lizard thing a lot, like in a lot of different countries. It's not just an isolated thing, and these things walk around all over the place. There is a way to detect them. It's you have to detect them with a CT scan or an MRI. Well, you're gonna have to do something about it, because the thing is, sometimes these people, they get a pet lizard, one of their very own. Like Elizabeth's one is called Matilda, and Kissinger's one is called Herbert, right? And they occasionally get a hold of a real kid and bring it to the cloning station and feed a kid to one of these lizards. It's like Alf, the show Alf, runs around trying to eat cats and stuff. Everybody thinks it's cute. Well, these things, their favorite food is human kid, because it has less vaccinations in it. Because some vaccinations at a certain age will, if they drain the blood out of a thing, the real lizard will die from the vaccinations, or get real sick, or taste bad, or something to them. So they get kids, they put them in a pit with this thing sometimes. I've seen it there. They just showed me so much stuff flat out, thinking that I'd never be able to cohesively put it all together to tell people about it in a believable fashion, and that the technology is too advanced for people to believe. But after I've seen, I have to tell as many people as I can, because they kill people with these lizards, and I don't want to walk around and the world with those parasitic human hosts in it. The thing is, what people have to do, it's going to have to be a military thing. Like, the military will have to perform a coup, because I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but Obama is down with the world, okay? Vladimir Putin, he's down with them. They're all scared. Like, the Illuminati thing.
Make sure y'all go and watch them people. When they eyes dilated, it look like snake eyes and shit. Y'all haven't seen this shit. Oprah do it. There's a whole lot of them do it. You just have to watch them. Go check out the real videos. Action video on Britney Spears, shade her head, bald, and all that shit. The eyes dilate. I showed y'all that reporter dude. This one like a fly one in his mouth. One no fly one in his mouth. I showed y'all what the hell that shit was. But you can see him with the eyes turning to snake eyes, like slits up and down. They do it right in front of your face. Sometimes they can't control it. Watch these long neck ass reporters. These reporter women with these long necks and shit. showing y'all that shit for a minute. Another reason goddamn Sergeant Benjamin don't like me and shit, for real.
And it's a big united thing, but it's united through fear, basically, right? Because if one person comes out and says, oh, I'm going to tell, that person dies real quick. And then the other people look and go, ooh, I don't want to be the next one, right? But what they're saying about me, with the religious people there, and drones don't want to get X'd out either, so they're really harsh on people that talk about them. So they're saying that I'm the next new age Jesus there. I'm not endorsing this in any way, by the way. There's people on the internet that say this stuff, and they're not. They're just crazy people. And I'm not saying it either, but they all say it, and they said I'm in the Nostradamus prophecies and picture book. They said there's a picture of me in it. And that I was going to save the world from something. And I'm just going to inform the world about the parasitical lizards that the government are letting people get droned, and sacrificing people to gods they don't even believe in, just so it'll be like some dark evil club that they can all belong to something, right? And it goes back pretty far, like long ways. Yeah, it explains on my wall a lot more. I pretty much said just about everything. I mean, I don't know. I was frantic when I wrote my original letter because I didn't know how to explain everything. So I just stuck to the cloning aspect of everything, because I figured if I put lizards in it as well, people were going to go, whoa, change the channel. But so I pretty much told everybody in phases, just so that people wouldn't have too much to wrap their head around. But it's the most important stuff in the world, like chemtrails and MK Ultra and all that is done by them. And MK Ultra, you need a clone of the person to use MK Ultra on someone. It's just all kinds of different technologies that they have, and they used to call themselves the Thule, Thule. Well, they had an abandoned base down there. They found all kinds of stuff, and they back-engineered all kinds of stuff. And the Vril Society from Germany started doing it, and then the Americans took their stuff, and the Russians took some stuff too, and then they all started making stuff. Man, but I know about a lot of the stuff. They told me all about it, and I'm telling the world. But yeah, it's not good because other people have died.
Now, one of these whistleblowers who made a huge splash in the deep end of the conspiracy pool was Donald Marshall. On December 2nd, 2011, Donald made his initial disclosure in a lengthy Facebook post that went ridiculously viral. For the uninitiated, I want to read some of the highlights to you. He says, "This is no hoax, this is no joke. My name is Donald Marshall. I have been cloned by a large secretive cult known as the Freemasons and the Vril Society and Scientologists, together called the Illuminati. They make replicated bodies of people to victimize in terrible ways. They clone children for men with underdeveloped penises to have sex with. Some very famous and politically powerful people all getting together for a disgusting time. Most of the G20 gather there to discuss worldly matters and watch gruesome things done to innocent people for sport. I have seen this firsthand and will tell all, as it must be stopped. The political people started bringing movie stars and musicians there to hang around with them. They can control who remembers the cloning facilities and who will remain oblivious, even though not remembering still damages you. I know who's involved, the ringleaders and everything they do. It's basically a torture and child molesting factory. I was one of those children, but when I was young, to keep perverts off of me, I started singing songs, original songs, very good ones. They told me to keep making these songs and I wouldn't get hurt, and so I did. Then they started bringing me there every day for songs as the celebrities wanted more. They called me the goose that laid the golden egg, the phenomenon, but I ran out of ideas. Then the torture began. Now, to tell you about the ringleaders, as unbelievable as it may seem, but you must believe me, this is a world emergency. The royal family of England. Yes, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, and Prince Charles are the worst of them. Unbelievably depraved perverts, all showing off for the celebrities that go there. CSIS, Canadian intelligence, are involved as well, including a lot of commissionaries and Prime Minister Stephen Harper himself. They do what Elizabeth says. Seem to follow her every word without question. It doesn't matter who you are. If you have a cute child or a child with a money-making ability like song making, they will clone your child and molest them. It's a pedophile's paradise, and it must be stopped. Elizabeth secretly owns a few music companies, Universal and others, with bands under contract. She forces me while under the knife to compose for them. If I can't, she will stab my clone, burn me, and have her pervert thugs smash my body there. It's causing me some kind of heart damage and severe, debilitating headaches. One good person there, Bernie Mac, comedian and actor, tried to stand up and speak up for me, saying it's not right to do this to a human being. He tried to have others join him in speaking out against the clone torture zone while there. Elizabeth and Philip had him tortured so badly there as an example of their power, he had an aneurysm the next day and died. No one will speak up now. They're all very afraid of suffering the same fate. I need decent people with integrity to speak to about this filthy business, to tell who's involved. There's much more to tell, and I'm a wealth of information about the topic. Also, Elizabeth had Princess Diana killed by having someone shine the brightest light known to mankind through the window side of the car. They swerved away from it and hit the divider. It was no paparazzi. Diana survived, though. And while either on the way to or in the hospital, was injected with a high concentration of salt, which is near undetectable, and died. She did this because Diana was going to marry an Arab. Diana hated them, knew all about the cloning stuff, and wanted nothing to do with it, but was afraid of being killed, so she said nothing. I know this and many other things that I'd be happy to tell. I beg you reading this to help me. I swear this to be true with my right hand to God. They stupidly put my face on the Megadeth album, The World Needs a Hero, when I was 23, thinking nothing would ever come of it. Google image search it. I still look the same. It shows what I end up looking like after a clone gathering. I must add, they clone people from all walks of life there and chain them down to stainless steel corpse tables or drug them so they can't move, send people into the room dressed as aliens in Hollywood quality makeup to make them think they're having an alien abduction. They even dye chicken skins gray and stretch them over a mask for realism as they perform medical experiments on people, cutting them up, probing them, and raping their limp bodies. These victims wake up and think they've been abducted by aliens but don't know where to turn and are embarrassed. The victims even sometimes try to videotape themselves while they sleep to prove they've been taken. To no avail. They're not taken. They've been cloned by the most disgusting perverts in the world. The scum even videotape these abductions to watch later as sick, demented porn. This happens more often than you can imagine. They just keep doing it to random people over and over. I'll be tortured there badly for sending you this. I might die for blanketing the world with this message. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's simply what's happening. What you're looking at right now is the most important document that's ever been put on the internet. Do nothing and allow them to continue to clone your children and sisters and wives and sons, causing them to have learning disabilities, unexplained depression and suicidal thoughts, and all kinds of other side effects. The importance of this is so heavy, people. It's the most terrible thing in the world, and this is your only chance to do something about it. Don't be afraid. Help me help myself and others. I sincerely beg you, Donald Marshall. Donald, my man, welcome to THC.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah, I'm psyched for this, man. Thanks for doing it. I've tried to give people some of the cliff notes to the story there because I don't want to just rehash the previous interviews you've done, but I'm sure this is new to the majority of the people listening. So to get us started, can you elaborate on some of the main aspects of what you've been disclosing since that original letter? Anything I forgot to mention?
Well, your intro really was good. I don't know what to say now. You ruined my entire spiel.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, that Vinny Eastwood interview pretty much detailed most of it well, so I don't want to just do another rehash, right? But let's see the finer points. REM cloning, when you go to sleep, you get zapped. When you enter REM sleep, you get transferred your consciousness into a clone. You don't have dreams anymore. Britney Spears, none of them have dreams anymore. They just have clone time where they walk around and talk a little bit dumber than they normally would be. It's all very clear. It's not like a dream. It's very clear. You slap yourself in the face, you won't wake up though. I don't know, they just got really more and more depraved over the years. I've been there since I was 5 years old. Was memory repressed until I was about 30. And then I remembered, and it was like Matrix when it floods all back to you. But yeah, so there's that, the REM cloning. Another aspect. Well, I thought there was only a few kinds of aliens. There's way more. Like, I thought there was only 3 kinds of these vrills, Of reals are only one thing. And they are reptilian lizard type, but there's other kinds that aren't lizards I didn't even know.
And as far as your personal story goes, how did you get mixed up in this? Like, where were your parents?
Well, let's see. Little did I know. Well, my dad wasn't there, but my mother was. But I didn't see her in the beginning. I was 5 years old, brought there, and they were going to use me for what they call a diddle kid, to like be molested by, rich old men or women or whatever. But then I would scream and cry and everything, and they felt bad for me, which is rare because they don't feel bad for much. So then this old guy that was there. There's all kinds of Freemasons there, these Shriners and stuff that you see in the parades, riding around their little scooters and stuff. They're all a bunch of scum. Like you would think, oh, they wave to the children and stuff, they must be nice. No, they're not. No, they're all ugly and can't get a date and would have a hard time paying for a hooker. So they mess with children. It's really crazy. So anyway, I was crying and screaming, look pathetic. And somebody said, well, kid, what else you gonna do? What else can we use you for? Do any singing or dancing? And so I started singing a song, and they said, "Wow, that song was great. Sing us another song." So I did, and then little did I know, someone famous used the song and this other song, and then after a time, I became this amazing song kid that could make a song out of thin air, top 10. So then they just kept on bringing me back, and for a little while they thought it was amazing, and after a time. Just became an expected thing. It became like a magical organic jukebox that could kick and the song would come out,
Yeah, I think that aspect is really interesting. What are some songs people would recognize that came from you originally? Quite a few.
Oh my. This topic, as a footnote, people get angry when I mention this part. They think that I'm trying to brag. I'm not. It's actually shameful because I made a lot of money for evil people and the propagation of an alien infestation, parasiting, body snatching thing.
Right.
Crazy. And I had to mention this part because it's the mainstay of why I was there, why they kept bringing me back, and why I'm still alive. And it's a long story. I'll try to put it in as much of a nutshell as I can.
Sure.
Let's see, the first one I made was Lady for Kenny Rogers. And I sang it there, trying to show off for literally this, and I know it sounds absurd, I'm sorry, but for Queen Elizabeth. I sang it right to her at the Climate Center.
Wow.
She's a depraved pervert. She's mentally insane in 5 different ways. She's got water on the brain from alcohol. I'm pretty sure she has syphilis. She's hinted at that. She was born literally, shall I say, special to be politically correct. I say retarded. When I'm at cloning and in general mentioning, I just say retarded. I guess people don't like that. But yeah, she is. She's really whack by many ways. And from being in proximity to scary aliens for most of her life. At cloning, right?
Right.
It traumatizes you, I guess. But everybody at cloning is afraid of her. And they all do what she says. I'll tell you how it is with her. Because she basically runs the place. She's not a victim. She's not a hostage. She runs the place. And everyone is even scared to say that they don't want to go there because then she'll insinuate that she's insulted that they don't want to be her friend. And the entire royal family is there. Charles is crazy too. He's been around talking to me and cloning ever since I was a kid. They made an exception with me. I was allowed to go there on adults' night. When there were no other kids there, I would go there. And she has nothing, right? She has no gimmick. You see, in the past, it was only politicians. It was a gathering place, a meeting place for politicians to come and discuss worldly affairs. And in the event of emergencies, they could, talk to each other and smooth things over. But then everybody started getting bored. So then they started bringing Marilyn Monroe and different film stars and stuff to make it more exciting. Well, that kept going, and then they tried to turn it into a little private club where everyone would go to do depraved things and be in this exclusive club of superheroes that can't die. Right? You can die as a clone and you'll live in your life, and they have a way to turn off your pain sensors so you can jump down the stairs, break all the bones in your body, and look up and laugh and die, and just come back into the next clone body if they have like at least two of you made. Like they can make multiples and leave them to be activated one after the other, which is what they do with me a lot. Yeah. But Elizabeth has no gimmick. Now, when she's there, all she has, like, Brad Pitt and Angelina and Jolie are there. Everybody you can think of that's the biggest people are there.
Damn.
And she wants to be seen and heard. She's desperate. She's what you call an attention, well, I won't say that word, but an attention promiscuous person. You can understand the word that I'm thinking.
Right, whore.
Yes, well, I don't know if you're allowed to semi-swear on the show.
Absolutely. Anything goes. Whatever you need to say.
Oh, fucking excellent. Well, she has nothing. You see, she'll stand up and she'll go, oh, I'm the Queen of England, right? And wave her hand in her signature wave. And she'll go, I'm very powerful, I'm very rich. And that's all she has. After that, she has to sit her fat ass down and not say anything because she's boring. She has nothing, no gimmick, nothing. She has no talents, no skills. She's semi-retarded and she make herself sound stupid. She has nothing. Can't sing or dance. She's not interesting. That's all she has to say to all of the celebrities. So, when she found me, she then had a little doggy that she could control and walk around on a leash in front of everyone. Look what I have, this magical boy that can sing songs out of thin air, right? So she used me like that, and kept me like that, and then, well, there's even more grodier aspects to her and my relationship in the past. Won't get into that though. Yeah.
Let me ask you a couple more questions about music, because I've heard you say that they use you and others in drug-induced rituals to come up with musical lyrics, and then there are not Nicki Minaj, but that other one, the people like Kesha, who came out and said, hey, I'm forced to use certain lyrics in my music, I don't want to. How does this work, and does it make the music more hypnotic? Is there an esoteric element to what's going on with the music?
I can explain. Okay, Nicki Minaj and Kesha both used songs that I was forced to make. Now, I have to go back to 1980. I was making these songs. After I made a certain amount of songs, a bunch of freaks there started thinking there were religious connotations to what I was doing. They thought, some of them even said that I was being whispered these songs, melodies, and lyrics into my head from God, even though only a percentage of them even believe in God there. Well, after a time, because I did it all through the 80s, like Bon Jovi, Wham, a bunch of them, but not all songs for them. Only like 2 or 3 on each album they would have. But the strange thing was, and I don't know why, maybe just because of practice, people only wanted to hear those 2 or 3 songs. They were the headliner songs. And I don't know why. So then after a time, I was a teenager, they started just using songs just from me. Like, a good example is this band called the Georgia Satellites. They got a song from me called Keep Your Hands to Yourself, you know? And they were like a one-hit wonder because of that song, and that was the one song that I made for them. He even went on Much Music here in Canada, that's MTV in Canada, and he said, listen, there's a bunch of other songs on the album, why don't you listen to those too? And the radio would only play that one song. It's because of the melody. Nobody wanted to hear any of the other songs because they didn't have a stick-in-your-head melody. And I kind of know how to do that. After a time, I learned how to, do that. And it does go to a psychological level in a way. Music is hypnotic, right? In the past, after I was making these songs, I couldn't come up with ideas sometimes. So then Elizabeth and the rest of them would start to threaten me with being harmed, tortured, literally, like they can cut the skin off you there. and it feels just like real. And you'll wake up the next day all sick and everything, but it really is a good motivational tool to get what you want from someone.
How has the Vril lizards interfaced with our human elite throughout time? How did they get connected?
Well, it's all because of Hitler, supposedly, but from recent revelations that cloning seems even way further back than that.
Whoa.
Hitler took a couple of them because they said that they knew where this massive place was, inner Earth stuff. Yeah, inner Earth stuff, but they knew where it point on the map where you had to go. It was Antarctica. So Hitler sent expeditions to Antarctica, and they went down underground, and they found another type of Vril. And they both had one. The type 3s are the tall, long-necked grays type of things. Well, and they found an abandoned Atlantean base with a bunch of technology. Like it was like a hangar with a bunch of stuff in place. So we got all this stuff and started back engineering it. It worked. So started sending out software and everything. They didn't invent it though themselves. They just back engineered it. But it worked. They're not all in contact with each other. There's different regions. Some of them have different dialects and everything. It sounds like clicks and gorillas when they talk.
Makes sense, like the people on the surface planet. We're not all in communication. There's still some tribes that are completely off the map, and we all speak different languages, so that makes sense.
Yep,